donations to stay independent. Who would want to be tied down in some dead-end job?
Yo, dog, I heard you like dogs. Shouldn't you be sleeping? Shouldn't I be sleeping? I like dogs shaped like people. That's what I like. It's 3 in the afternoon, my dudes. And we have a tag. And it's the Iceman. Oh boy. It's the first rule about the Iceman. We don't talk about the Iceman. Might get in trouble. I'm gonna have to get into his squad and then tell him I'm streaming and then watch him cope and seed. I heard a rumor that I might be conscripted into some Asuran slave labor camp. Sounds horrible. It is Monday, my dudes. Sometimes I don't keep track of days. Okay, where are we going? Navigating this hellhole is hell. Up this hill. Across the bridge. What color are we this week? Red. Okay, so we're actually assaulting this place. It's kind of confusing how enemies always have a red name, but your team color changes every week. So we're supposed to be attacking red names. Our names are green, but our team color is red. Ugh. I hate thinking. Thinking is da poo-poo. Confucius once said, I am confused. Anyway, whatever. Instantly. Yeah, use the RAM. Use it. It's busted. No, I'm not winning. I just got here and I'm already upset. This flame ram is... It's not... Is it going the wrong direction? No, the head is right there. It just doesn't want to hit the wall. This seems like a good position for... Okay, there it goes. I don't get it.
Have you tried winning and not being upset?
No, I've never tried that. Thanks. I'll make sure to tell the doctor that. Also, thanks for sub. If I'm welcome, I don't know what you are. Something. I want to like have a long stream someday and not just like 5 hours or 6 hours. I want to have like a long one. I was actually so like jacked up the wazoo yesterday that I stopped stream after 5 hours. I ate something and I said, what if I just streamed again in the same day for like 6 hours? So what if I just did that shit? That's what Ninja did for years. 2 stream sessions a day.
I need an antidote.
Until he lost all of his mental. Nah. Nah, little bro. It's not. It's not at all. I mean, compared to streamers who actually, like, get the juice and get shit done, it's not very much at all. When I first started streaming in 2016, I did 4 hours. And then over time, I started to go up to, like, 7 or 8. And then when I was doing mentor roulettes, it was like 9, 10. You have to work 400-hour weeks. Calls me out as like Mr. Streamer, and I'm like, huh. Should tell him there actually is a stream.
Attack my target.
I have to ease back into something. It's just kind of tough. No supply. That's a door. That's a door. Where's the exit? They already know, Rick. See, this game actually has a community that pays attention to stuff. It's not for me to call that good or bad. But all the time I'm playing 14, how many people actually like messaged me in-game or like took notice of what I was doing and like sent me a mail or like came to the stream from the game? It was like 0%. And yet first day, rolling around in this shitstorm, I could send messages from the tag. And then yesterday somebody messaged me out of the blue saying, hey, you're that guy that's so-and-so. And I'm like, I don't know who you are. I mean, thanks, but... It's just all very strange. I don't know where this kind of stuff leads. To someplace good or bad. Someone filled my head with the schizo headcanon that like every commander in World v World is some like paranoid fucker. And they're just constantly on the lookout for anomalies. And it's like, I don't want that. Yet it is kind of nice when people pay attention to you at the same time. I don't know, we'll see. All I know is that it's nice to have something happening, even if it's terrible. It's, like, interesting.
There's the power.
If something happens, though, I'll just have to give up on World v World and just do raiding or something. Because no drama ever comes out of raids, right? Raids are just chill, casual, mellow gamers. Where's my harvest nodes? I forget. Oh, right here.
Attack my target.
I was reading some stuff yesterday for like no reason, just about how like DSR like destroyed a bunch of raid groups. It's like good times. Reminds me of Gordius. Yeah, I would say almost 120% of scandals come from
Armor
raiding.
enhanced.
And the other 60% come from like ERP drama.
Oh, I know of a good use for this.
I'm not a math major. Well, I guess there's sort of two sides to every story. Everyone's like, DSR was such a good raid, it was so tough and imaginative, and then the other side is, it was so hard that it killed my friend group. Because we got to phase 7 and couldn't fucking do it. And then it ruined our IRL. Is top tomorrow? I didn't realize it was that soon. Oh yeah, because I was waiting for it to be like a 0.5, but it was like a 2-week stagger, right? Yeah.
Armor enhanced.
Well, good for them. It'll be lots of traffic. I'm sure they're gonna get many, many subs. I'm not jealous, you're jealous. When I get some money, I'll go back and I'll play 14. Just play it, not stream it. I just want to play it.
Stand your ground.
Okay. Anyone want more supplies? Is this a 2-wall? I don't know. I think that's a 1-wall. Okay. Well, there are tourists. Any game that actually ends up... See, there's like the catalog of streamers on the game itself, and then there's where the game is in the catalog of all games. So what happens is when a game ends up in the top 10, like 14 typically does during the rating, and ends up in top 10, you have people who don't even like 14 just showing up to watch a game because it has a lot of viewers. So that's true, but by the same token, there's going to be a certain percentage of people who are going to like stick around afterwards if a streamer does like a good enough job doing the streaming shit. So it's like, yeah, tourists can become residents. Not all of them, of course. A lot of people are just watching whoever's like big. That's kind of how Twitch is. You just watch whoever's like has a lot of viewers. It's you know, it's a kingmaker system. Even when 14 and Guild Wars 2 were like the same general size on Twitch, whenever 14 had like patches and huge events, they would get high viewership, whereas Guild Wars never actually had that. So I think 14 was always better on the catalog than Guild Wars was. That's true, you do. The viewership was like split between like 7 different runners. I just wanted to watch Arthars though, because Arthars is the only streamer I can watch without cringing.
Statistically speaking, this is rather rare.
And if I had some extra time, if he's doing it this time, I'd probably watch him also. He's just, you know, he's funny. And his group is good. You can like small peepee. It's even in his name.
Attack my target.
Also, not to be that guy, but, you know, Mashigi Dignity, Xeno saying anything best, my face when. Oh boy. I did some extra WvW yesterday because I stopped stream and then I keep playing the game because, you know, stupid. But I got my second Warclaw stamina bar. It's not as good as I thought. I was hoping it mean that you could get 2 jumps off the same stamina bar, but it actually just gives you a second stamina bar, so like the regen's the same. So it's good for like bursting away, but it doesn't actually like increase your overall like speed per second. That's, you know. Also, I think I got another piece of Celestial. I know it's not really a good idea, but I think I might want to actually use Reaper instead of one of these two. Because I was thinking about like, oh, well, the AoE is the same between 4. Or the AoE is like basically the same idea between Core Necro and Reaper Necro. But the thing about Reaper Necro is that when you're in Shroud, you have the AoE basic attack, which is actually a huge damage increase over, you know, a projectile-based Core Shroud 1, which is just like a ball of fuck. Does some damage and it pierces in a line, but it can get projectile blocked and also hard as fuck to aim. Whereas when you're a Reaper, you can just run around and just swing in front of you and just destroy everything. So, maybe actually playing Reaper is the best game in town. I just don't know. It probably would be better to get rid of... I just like this a lot, but this is really good. The problem is, like, this whole tree is kind of whatever until you get to Blood Bank. But let's try it out for, like, a little bit. Just, like, go back to the roots. No, wait, that's wrong. I'm fucking it up. Reaper. Reaper. This. Everyone takes this. I kind of want this. But if you're in a Zerg, you're getting plenty of might. I'm not using any shouts, I'm using wells. Yeah, probably this. This sounds like a pretty good idea. So we'll give that a run for a while. Go to horny jail, man. Still at a waypoint? Okie dokie. What a scuffed emote. Chat, what do you want to talk about? I'm open to talk about whatever today. I'm in a good talking day. For now. We'll see. I've already talked about owls. I don't even like owls. Stop this shit. There's more to me than like birds and just fuckery and horsing. I have a rich and deep and vivid, you know, inner world. And a dashingly handsome outer world. You know what I'm saying? I could talk about all sorts of stuff. Plant-based meat. No. No. Fuck it. I need all the nutrients I can get. I'm not taking that shit. I'll step in on like lab-grown meat. But I'm not gonna like start eating plant stuff just because people are having their fifis hurt. It's like, I'm like eating meat and a lot of protein now. If I like switched over to like subpar products, I would literally die. I don't know, because everything I want to talk about nobody cares about, so I kind of have to flex the chat. It's like, what do I want to talk about? gacha in Toho, but you know, people tend to go like Resident Sleeper when I do that, so I don't want to do that. Anyway, there's a psyop out there, chat. Well, actually, there's several, but don't buy too much into this like whole fad, because it is a fad. Everyone's like, you know, plant-based this, keto this, whatever this, you know, natural this. It's like, it honestly doesn't matter that much. You know what's natural? Having shit in your chicken feed. That's natural. There's a pretty specific way, there's a pretty simple way to eat, as far as I'm concerned, and it's basically just like, eat whole foods. The less processing and the less ingredients in something, generally the better it is for you. I mean, the most optimized you're gonna get is eat grass-fed steak and spinach. Like, that's pretty much like the GOAT. Anything that's not that, the further away you get from grass-fed steak and spinach, the more dead you will become. I mean, it might get boring, but, you know, I know not everybody's, like, rich enough to eat steak every day, but it's kind of like, we can't go on having this diet of, like, everything that's made with vegetable oil, because it's literally destroying our brains. And, you know, a lot of us need our brains, because our brains are already shit enough as it is, so the more brain you can have per square inch functioning in your head, the happier you will be. Confucius said that. I know he did. My favorite Toho. I like Momiji. I think Momiji's pretty cool. Oh shit, now I had to remember that I had Reaper. Gotta be careful. I have a dash, but I got like less armor. Flute dog. Momiji's been around since 2006. You youngsters don't realize how much history there is there. Yeah, if you're gonna use oil, basically use like the oil that comes out the fat of the meat itself, or like beef tallow, or use extra virgin olive oil. Do not use other oils. Fuck other oils. And whatever you do, do not use seed oils. For the love of God, do not. You will die. Well, nobody can hold a conversation about Toho because nobody's actually, like, played Toho. I'm the only one in the world. I'm the only fan, I swear to God. You better olive oil up that grilled cheese, mister. But see, chicken's probably fine, but see, I don't trust a lot of chicken. In fact, I don't trust a lot of meat in stores anyway. It's unfortunate that to get good meat, step one, and it's not the last step, but step one is go to a butcher. Not everybody can afford that. So we eat like in-store meat, and whatever the fuck's going on there. It's not even good quality, and the prices keep going up. It's like you do what you need to do. I eat a lot of rice. And not brown rice. Fuck brown rice. Eat white rice. All the rice experts in the world they all say, you know, white rice. Because it's something about the husks on brown rice is like poisonous. Huge if true. Enormous if factual. Oh, whoops. Probably should finish this couple. It was actually, this time it was actually my fault. Like, I'm the only one here with supplies. Yeah, that's kind of a blunder. I never was taught how to cook, and I never was interested in it. I just wanted to eat and get it over with. I never really liked eating. I guess I'm like an alien or whatever. I cook now, but just to get what I need. Because for years, I would just like buy things like crackers and stuff and just eat. And then later on I realized how bad that actually is for you. And then I was like, oh no. I've been messing up my whole life. Top 3 classes? I like Necro and Mesmer. I was about to say I like Guardian, but actually what I like is I like my Guardian costume. Because it's really good. So honestly, I don't really have a third answer. Let me think. Because I started off an Elementalist, and I can't say I like it, but I did play a lot of it. I guess I kind of like the idea of Spectre, so I'll say Necro, Mesmer, and Thief. Although I'm not very good at Thief. Post-food society, that'd be nice. I simultaneously don't like the idea of us getting rid of stuff that like makes us, that connects us as humans. But at the same time, so many things that we have to do as humans are annoying that I want to give it up. I have like double brain. So I don't know what to think. Yeah, imagine being fat. I don't know if I could get fat if I tried. I think I like eating so little that I actually could not eat enough to get like a lot of weight. Which is kind of good, but it also means I can't get like huge. Well, people seem to have a lot of problems eating only plants and typically have to have a lot of supplements. And not all plants either, so that's why I say like a lot of that's a fad. Like there's some truth in it, as like there's some truth in everything. But going fully plant-based, I don't know. The paranoid part of me just says this is a psyop. They just don't want to have people eat meat because it hurts their feelings. Whereas like eating stuff like properly, you know, cultivated things like beef and like ungulates and stuff like that, that's like some of the healthiest stuff you can ever eat. I'm gonna die. Okay, I guess I'll wait. No, we're red. Okay, that's not bad. I don't want to res because like red is far away. People are really long donuts. Yeah, I learned that from a Vsauce video. Actually, he said everybody's just a really weird spider. No, it was like trousers for a spider. Something like that. Yeah, that's what I was saying a while ago. I call you Zoe, XO, Zoe. Was that, like, if you get proper meat and proper vegetables, yeah, like, that's the healthiest you can get. But the problem is that there's so many, like, fad diets out there that are just, like, you know, propagated for, like, propaganda purposes and, like, so companies can make money. And people, like, eating things for morality reasons rather than eating them for health reasons. And there's just, like, so many things involved in it. When basically what it comes down to, the first step is have quality food. Eat whole foods. Don't eat overly processed stuff. And don't eat too much sugar, especially. Like, it's actually not that complicated. It's just that our food market is not really centered around, like, making people healthy. It's about centered around, you know, money and feelings. It's like people actually, like, anybody who's actually knowledgeable knows what, like nutritions, they know what's healthy to eat. It's not like people don't know what's the most healthy diet. It's just that I guess it's not profitable to tell everybody the real answers. And also, it is hard for people not to want to eat a lot of processed stuff because processed stuff tastes like really amazing. Like, it seems to me that you cut that out. It seems to me that, like, I forgot what I was gonna say. Fuck it, dude. Never mind. Oh yeah. Like, I have this certain brand of beans I like to buy, and there's one version that's like super fried and it has canola oil in it, and there's one that doesn't have any oil in it, and the canola oil one tastes way better. So it's just like, you know, when they put shit in it, it just makes it taste good. So, you know, if you're a hedonist, and everybody kind of is to some extent, you're just gonna eat what, you know, Yeah, and processed stuff is cheaper. I think part of the reason why they use a lot of oils is for preservative purposes, right? I think. So that makes them more money. They can keep stuff on the shelves longer by having preservatives in it. So even though it's not as healthy, it's also like really convenient for the user because you can buy stuff and not be like, you know, afraid that it'll spoil. Generally, if something spoils really fast, it means it's good. Like I buy a brand of bread now that goes bad in 5 days, and that's how you know that it's good. Whereas like the sandwich bread you buy off from the big brands, you can leave it in a closet for like 6 months, and all it happens to is it gets kind of dry. Like that's not good. What the fuck is in that thing? It's mind-boggling, chat. Rick, I'm talking about like the hypothetical, like pure-hearted, you know, Jesus-descended nutritionist who like went to school and figured out what's going on and actually like gives proper information. I know there's like very few of them out there, but that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like the example of the nutritionist. What's up, Cairo? Oh yeah, high fructose corn syrup. That's a bit harder though because that's also in a lot of stuff. And if you think about it, if you want to buy a diet at the supermarket that's doesn't have any like processed oils in it and doesn't have any artificial sweeteners, there's not very much left, and not a lot of it tastes very good because it's going to be like supermarket standard stuff. Like I still buy candy every week because I like to have sugar because I'll die without it, and that's a lot of artificial sweeteners. But if I stopped having that, I would just have like terrible meals because I would be eating healthy and then having like no dessert. And what kind of life is that, chat? No dessert? Imagine. Although, it's interesting that a lot of like candy bars and stuff, some of them use processed oils and actually some of them don't. So there are like healthier versions of stuff to buy. Like for instance, like Aero chocolate bars, you know, like that sponge chocolate Aero bars, they're actually like really not too bad for you. They have artificial sweeteners, but they don't have processed oils. Where stuff like Kit Kat and O. Henry and stuff like that, they do have processed oils. It's very interesting. I mean, they taste great. Make your own desert. But yeah, I kind of had to make some sacrifices because a life without sugar is pretty hard. People who do no sugar diets, they must have like a lot of willpower and like naturally have a lot of energy, because when I crash off sugar, I can't even handle it. Well, I think all my novels would be quite different and a lot more pleasant if it was called the Shining Desert Saga and not the Shining Desert Saga. I think the Shining Desert Saga sounds pretty damn good. Yeah, I'm doing armor. I mean, all I can say is I'm not in here for my health. But I have 4 out of 6 of the Celestial Ascended pieces building up. And I have like 5 Gifts of War. So it's like progress is happening. Like I'm not hitting any blockades. It's just everything's kind of going as fast as it's going. What's actually causing a bit of an issue is making sure to do enough every week to cap claim tickets. Because it actually takes a lot. Like if I stream 4 days out of the week, I don't even think that's really enough to get all of the claim tickets. So it's like I have to stream more days or like do some of it off stream, which is kind of a downer. Actually, last week I did so much that I overcapped like several times, so some weeks that doesn't happen. Anyway, I used to have like fruit for dessert, and that's kind of like depressing. Up the rate? Yeah, maybe. I mean, if I was like applying the logic of FF14 to this game, I would say yeah, the devs in 14 would have buffed that kind of currency several times over. But I always keep thinking to myself, like, legendary armor, like, legendary items are, like, so strong that probably the point is not to nerf them. The point is that they're there for people who want to do it. And they're by no means necessary for the game, so why would you bother nerfing them? Does anybody complain about how hard it is to get legendaries? I don't know. Once you have Ascended, you have, like, the best gear, so it's not exactly a problem of not feeling strong enough. But with claim tickets, when I finish the armor, I still have to save up a bunch to get the back piece. And I haven't even really checked the steps to get the rest of them. Like, especially, like, legendary ruins, legendary sigils, I actually didn't even, like, look at how hard they are to get.
Stand your ground.
I imagine, like, everything, it's, like, a lot of gold.
Like breaking glass.
But where are we for this week, anyway? As far as, like, chests go. We're up to Mithril, and it is Monday, and so this would have started on Saturday. So I guess we're on track. See, the resets happen, like, on the weekend. It's not, like, Monday or Sunday. It's, like, Saturday, end of Saturday. It's very odd. Oh, I got a gold. And it's fucking worthless. Okay. Wait, what are the stats? Power, vitality, condition damage? Okay. We'll try. Really, PvP is actually easier. I'm not going to feel too bad about that. I didn't know. But I don't think I'd want to do arena PvP all day. I would get, like, really stressed out and angry. Like, at least WvW is mostly chill. And with the Zergs, like, sure, you got your responsibilities, but sometimes you get into a battle where you die, and it's like, well, I couldn't do anything. They had double the people. But if any match I ever lose in arena PvP, I'd always take it personally. And then you would see my face hit... Well, you wouldn't see, but you would hear, and you'd imagine my face smashing into my desk at the speed of sound. Because that's just... I just take games personal because I'm stupid. On the other hand, with arena PvP, you can choose your build. Whereas WvW, you're kind of taking in, like, whatever you have. So, at least in PvP, you could look up a build and you could use it. And then the only thing to worry about would be your playstyle. Like, I could bring in Harbinger and just, like, use Harbinger. Yeah, I did arena PvP in FF14. And I had some moments where I was, you know... pretty upset. It's like, yeah, I just take it too personally. And the class that I was really good at, Summoner, worked well in front lines and didn't work so well in arena. So the class that I spent all that time practicing didn't exactly perform the way that it should. Anyway, so back to nutrition. So everything I was just saying there doesn't even start talking about fast food, which is like what you buy in stores, but like a million times worse. Like, you ever stop to ask yourself, like, what is the cheeseburger cheese made out of? I'm gonna give you a hint. It's not cheese. And the preservatives basically stop anything from ever going bad. Like, it's like, it just stays in permanent stasis. Although fast food is kind of expensive, so when you don't have a lot of money, it doesn't really become an option. But there was a time, like back, I think it was like 2018, me and Wiz would go and... because the stream would donate for it, we'd go and we have McDonald's once a week. So, I used to eat it. Everybody, like, stream used to be, like, really concerned about, like, how much I was eating. It's kind of sad, but it wasn't like, you know...
Getting healthy.
Wasn't like it was the wrong thing to do. It was chicken nugget. It was like giant hash brown. It is funny to think that that was like 5 years ago now. That doesn't seem to be like real. Reaper Greatsword is solid for everything, yeah. I mean, if you're really concerned about a raid build, I would say like check a specific Reaper Greatsword build. But yeah, it definitely works, and it's actually not that hard to play because a lot of damage for Reaper Greatsword comes from like spamming 4 and 2 in Shroud and like, okay, I don't have my sword right now, but it's like Gravedigger under 50% health, and it's pretty simple and it performs well. In fact, actually, Reaper can tank in raids. Well, actually, Necro in general can tank in raids because with Shroud they just have a lot of survivability. So yeah, it sounds like you're on the right track. Oh, thanks to follow, bro. They took it from my bros. It used to be like we did socialize shopping, fast food, movies. And you know, we don't do that anymore, so we're just kind of coping. We all kind of split up. That's true. If you boost it, you have Celestial, which can translate into Harbinger. That's true. So if you don't mind learning Harbinger, that's also an option. Just have to get like the right ruins and weapons for it. It's kind of unfortunate though that Celestial doesn't work really well with Reaper Greatsword because a lot of it is strike damage. There is some condition damage. Like for instance, Reaper Shout 4 has a poison effect to it. But generally, all the Greatsword skills are strike, right? There's not really any condition. It's nice to give you Celestial, because it is really jack of all trades, but it's really not going to be meta for like very much or very many classes. Guardian is a notorious example of someone who really gets a lot of benefit out of Celestial. Because they can basically just use every stat to a pretty good potential. Anyway, I know Necro pretty well. I think I know more than any other class. I just don't know Harbinger very well. I know the idea of Harbinger, but I haven't actually played it. Reaper even kind of works in WvW, but I'm not like super impressed by it. I was watching some videos of doing like Power Reaper in Zergs. And it kind of gave me an idea of like how to use it. But it seems like every time you watch a montage, it's like they're with a group and they have like really good support and they're not getting like caught out by CC that's not being cleansed, and it's like they make it look really easy. And then you go in there and you do it yourself and you're with the Zerg and all of a sudden you get like tethered out of the group or pulled out of the group and you just get stepped on. And you're like, well, that, you know, so I like the opportunity to try more Zerging today to see if I've improved at all. My damage is going to be lower, but my survivability is going to be higher. Because I think with like Power Reaper, it's kind of the basic Marauder or even Berserker if you're like crazy. Like doing Power Reaper or doing like Reaper Zerg on Celestial, it's not exactly like a perfect fit. Best case scenarios. What, you mean all those videos of people like going 1v7 wasn't against like, you know, seasoned professionals? I am shocked. Shocked! Well, not that shocked. Well, healing and supporting this game, they didn't even like really have it for years. But I know like the top supporters are like Ranger Druid, Guardian Firebrand, Necromancer Scourge. Necromancer Scourge actually is a healer. It's like a shield-based healer. And Engineer Scrapper, like whatever gives Engineer medkits, they're a really good healer also. So there are healers. But really outside of raids and Zerg in WvW, you don't really use healers, I don't think. Like in open world, there's not really very many places for a healer. I mean, you can run a build that sustains to allow you to fight like really hard bosses, but generally you're not rolling around in a group in PvE open world with a healer. It's just generally not. Like everybody kind of just takes care of themselves. You do kind of whatever works for you. But yeah, there's definitely are healing jobs. They didn't really do that until the first expansion. And then they started sort of adding in more of that stuff. Big meta events, I suppose. I guess I just never really notice. But yeah, having a good healer on like Shatterer, that's always, or not Shatterer, T.H.A.R or whatever. That can actually be like really good sometimes. Or like Yormag, Claw of Yormag, standing under his foot. If you don't have enough healing, that can be kind of miserable. So yeah, that's true. Because I've died a few times under Yormag's foot, and it's like, I just wish I wasn't dying, you know? So yeah, but it's niche cases. Generally, you don't roll around in normal gameplay with a healer. But, you know, a lot of classes have the ability. Like, chat, what would you think would be like the strongest healer? Because I thought it might have been like engineer. But they probably all have like their strengths. It's awful hard to balance this stuff, because, you know, in case you guys didn't know, I come from 14. And 14 has had the problem over the years of homogenizing their classes, because when you want to make a game that's playable by casuals, and then you don't want to have like a large performance difference between different classes, the only thing that ends up happening is that you have classes that kind of work the same way, but just look different. So that's kind of what's been happening in 14, where they want everybody to feel like no matter what they choose, they can function. And you can't win in all respects. You can't have like really varied classes, like on like in like a real sense, without them having like actual discrepancies in performance. It's hard, but I mean it's just true.
Attack my target.
Mechanist as a healer? Does Mechanist really like just do it all? And there are actually like supporters that aren't particularly healers. Like for instance, Mirage and like Chronomancer. A lot of boons. Not healing though. And Chronomancer also can tank. Chronomancer I really want to try at some point. Seems pretty wacky. I still see it in PvP though. But I never really run into problems. I mean the mechs are not very threatening. That's just kind of how summons are in games is, you know, if you can't control them, people are just going to walk around them and there's just nothing you can do about it. Although, the mech ends up being like this giant fuck me button where it's like I just hit it when I see it. So for me, it has a taunt effect. Just for me though, because I always want to hit it. Big selling point. Well, it never really got me. I never would like to play stuff that's too popular, but sometimes you just like, it's so strong, maybe you should. But I don't have a ranger anywhere near being ready to go. Besides, I wanted to make a druid. But by the time I'm ready to do that, I might be done in this mode, so we'll see. Druid would be closest to White Mage in 14. White Mage is always just like healing numbers, but like not very much aside from that. And because 14 is such like a damage-based game, everyone's always calculating like what gives the most damage. And anything that starts to fall behind on that just immediately gets like shit on by the community. I mean, I was always just like, I like to have a lot of options because I never played with like good people. So having very support-heavy classes in 14 was always what I did. But that was not how raiding generally was. It was... They'd optimize the raids to the point... Or they'd optimize their performance in raids to the point where... anything that wasn't absolutely necessary to kill the boss faster was completely disregarded. Because it was basically a given that nobody was going to be dying or messing up their rotations. I mean, I guess I'm kind of describing like raiding in every game, but 14 has like a really huge divide between casuals on one side and hardcore on the other. Like the skill difference is just so enormous. But the way that they design the classes now is that the damage numbers don't end up being like that difference between like just pushing a few buttons and like sweaty try-hard rotation like shenanigans. I mean, there's definitely going to be a difference, but it's definitely not as much as the difference in this game. If you mash buttons in this game, you don't get anything, and if you're sweaty, you just take on 5 people at once. Did I go the... Okay. Well, yeah, it's just because they can provide numbers. Like, you're not taking a red mage for reses. Actually, are people still not taking red mages? Red mages forever terrible. And then recently, it's also the issues of if jobs can't fit into the 2-minute window very well, then people tend to not like them either. Which is partially why they just completely redesigned Paladin so that it actually works with like this 2-minute buffing up bursting window. Red mage is good. No you. Red mage is going to be good for prog always. You get to just cast reses whenever you want. Literally whenever you want. It's not even a healer class in the game that has the fastest reses. It's the hybrid DPS red mage. They can res every couple seconds. Without even using swift cast. Well, for some people, optimizing numbers is the fun. And I get that. I kind of like it. Just not good at it. And then it stops me from liking it. It's just kind of this vicious circle. I thought Scourge was powerful because they literally are like the Jesus class that just dots you to hell and puts barriers up and just says lol. Oh yeah, and also like boon corruption. And you're saying reses. Scourge is just like, yeah. Scourge is just sand ghost Jesus. I had monkey brains, so I play summoner, yeah. Maybe you guys remember years ago I would do nothing but play red mage in Eureka. But after a while, with the changes they made to summoner actually became easier to play than red mage for me. It was very strange. I was like very surprised at how easy they made it. Scourge says no. Man, I wish Scourges were like... I mean, I know that like Boon Corruption Scourge is really good for Zergs, but it just seemed to be really hard when you're not organized because it has no Shroud and it's a mage. I would just kept getting stepped on. The minute I didn't have Shroud on Necro, I realized how much I needed Shroud in Zergs. To give me like some backup. Because, you know, the really optimized Boon Corruption Scourge build has no CC cleanse outside of like maybe 1 or 2 things. And then if you want more, you have to start sacrificing slot skills and traits, which kind of ruins your build. So it's like, it's really good if it's supported, but I just couldn't make it work. Solely healed DSR, but Rick, have you tried 108 deaths succeeded UCOB? Have you ever won UCOB after over 100 deaths? Reaper Blood Barrier? I thought Blood Barrier was from Blood. Blood Bank? The only reason I have the Blood Tree is because this is so good. The rest of it is kind of whatever, but Blood Bank is really good. Oh, you mean, crap, which one is it that's like... Maybe it's not Reaper. It was something like you'd be able to directly... Is it Blighter's Boon? No, it was like actually like extended your shroud somehow. I can't remember where it is. Oh shit, I got left behind. Well, into transformation. Oh, I'm accidentally fishing. I don't know, Rick. I tend to believe the screeching masses. It's true that like the more you look for something, the more you see it. But everybody kind of looks for homogenization, and then when it happens, they say, "Look at him! Look how they're massacring my boy." So you know, I just don't see it. Okay. So you're talking about like a specific way of doing things. Yeah, see, that's actually what I was doing. I don't know if the... I think my traits are set up to do that right now. Because I am kind of like kitted out to stay in Shroud as much as possible. Because I have this, and... Yeah, I think that's what I'm doing. That looks about right. Oh, I think I'm in the wrong spot. J Quarry Alpine. Yeah, wrong area. Yep, I noticed that. Okay, I guess it doesn't matter. Iceman's tagging down for 4 minutes. So we have a bit of a break. Well, Heaven's Word 14 actually was really hard. I mean, it was actually, and also we weren't like that good at that point. Like players are better nowadays, but I remember 14 being the expansion where you just watched your hotbars. That was the expansion where I made my hotbars the way they were because the game was just so hard to play. And I was still only playing like Goon. Actually, Goon was pretty hard in Heaven's Word. The Blood of the Dragon bullshit. It was like, I remember Dragoon and Black Mage being like almost impossible. And then we brought them into Gordius and people only had like a few weeks of training. It's just like the perfect shitstorm. Hard classes, hard raid, hard game. Like, I think Heaven's Word was the hardest as far as like struggling with the game itself. And since then they've made harder battles, but the rotations have become easier, so. I personally think playing 14 at a high level now is harder than it was. Because the fights are just now designed with, you know, 10 years of raiding experience in mind. Ugh. A minute and a half. We'll go wait on that camp. I'm an Legant there. Unfortunately. Enemy. Thanks, man. So you also found me. People are always finding me through the stream. I don't understand. This kind of stuff never happened in other games. There have been, I think, 4 people who have said, yeah, I found you. You can run, but okay, I guess you can hide. What class is this guy? Is he thief or... Deadeye. He's even wearing the glasses, dude. Come on. Baby haircut is Suro fucker. If you play Deadeye and you wear sunglasses, you are a dick. You are a dick. Oh well, it's kind of hard to catch a thief. Running with guildmates. That just raises further questions. T.H.A.R, one day, I'm gonna make a thief and you'll see what for. Yeah, Deadeye is good. I mean, you do have to learn things because you're not exactly the best duelist. But you do get to disengage whenever you want. Deadeye does have a long range and a good burst. It definitely would be worth learning. The thing is, I have a thief, but my set of gear is set up for, like, healer Spectre. So that's pretty far away from what I would need to run, you know, Deadeye. No shit, recommended channels actually does its job. I thought they just said they did that and then didn't actually do it. Well, anyway, welcome. I hope you enjoy my dog shit content. But remember, chat, the more chat there is, the stronger I get. So you just sit there, you watch. What else? 3.5 minutes. It's funny. When there's nothing to do, WvW is kind of just like rotate between two camps and just take them back. Just ring around the rosy. The funny thing is, it's not even that bad XP. It's so stupid. But it is kind of hard to be a roamer. I mean, I feel like it is. You have to have a lot of confidence. Because if you're not going to be like siege a fort by yourself, you're like going into like the back end territories and just taking the camps right out from under their ass. And if you get caught out, you got to be prepared for the consequences. You can definitely do it, Zoe. When you level up in WvW, you get a book. And using the book gives you 1 level. So if you get 80 ranks in WvW, that's basically it. Which takes a while, but I mean, the fact that you could level up to endgame and not even step foot in the real game is interesting. And if you use the book at level 80, you just get some currency, so. But I heard this, I haven't verified it for myself, but I heard that the scaling is not perfect. You're not going to be like as strong as someone normally until you actually hit 80. You need to be 40 or 60? I never heard that. Let me check. Oh, is it because they now unlock... Okay, yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. But the wiki seems to be implying that you can go in... Okay. You're right, it is 60. Wow. Okay, sorry, I was wrong. So you can get your last 20 levels. I guess I was remembering things wrong. No, I think you're actually right. I mean, Google says it's level 60. If that is true, it would explain my terrible memory. I'm not really sure, like, what the discrepancy is, to be honest. Or, like, why they would have to do that. It's, like, really a reason why it would not be good to allow... Well, you know what? I might be able to come up with a few reasons, actually. Like, what is it about level 60 that's so important for not ruining the experience in World of World? See, in PvP, you have, like, loadouts anyway that are, like, nothing to do with your actual gear. Whereas in World of World, that's not the case. Damn, I want that Aurora cape. I think that would look pretty sick.
Feel my wrath.
Well, one thing you could do is if you already have a character that's in World v World, you can just take the books you get here and just send them to another character and then just like level up through books. So you can't earn the books until level 60 on a certain character, but if you have them, you can... Thank you for intel. Oh, 5 gold. Chad, don't tell anyone. I'm not doing this on purpose. Thank you for intel. God damn it. Fucking plus 5 gold. What the fuck? Chad, I'm gonna get like a reputation. Because Iceman sent me some stuff on day 1 too. And I was like, okay, well that's okay, because you know, we're on the same server. And then this guy... Blind but able to see, thank you for intel. What's this world coming to? Actually, this is pretty much how the world works. But if you think about it, like, what intel? What is so important doing Ring Around the Rosie to the camps? I mean, honestly. But anyway, Iceman knows. Actually, Iceman knew before I even told him. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm off the hook. I'm an innocent, chill, mellow gamer. I don't know anything about, like, cliques and World v World politics. I'm just here for my chicken. I don't have a single thought. What was I saying? Something about, yeah, why you couldn't really go in level 60. I don't know. I mean, there's a reason, but I don't know what it is. Well, yeah, I was saying, like, yeah, get the books on a different character, but if it's your first character... I mean, if it's your first character, why would you mind doing open world anyway? If it's your first time through, it would be, like, really cool. On secondary characters, maybe you wouldn't want to do that. So just, like, take your books from doing it on your primary character, you know, mail them to your new character, and just, you know, mash out levels. Or just buy a boost. Just have money, chat. Just buy a boost. Forehead. Thanks for the follow, bud. Okay, well, I gotta be on my best behavior then. I had to fight like no tomorrow because they're gonna be coming for my ass. Oh. It's not a map tag. Oh. Oh no. So, Rick, if you're still here and actually care what I was talking about, it's so the special thing about like why Thief can disengage is that any class can disengage. But the thing is, you actually have to stay out of combat long enough to start getting your natural health regen back. So on a Thief, if you can stealth, you basically stop yourself from getting hit. You can get your health regen, and then you can re-engage in a battle as soon as you want to. So it's just a few things that give them kind of an advantage. Sometimes on a class, you'll run away from a battle, and you just can't mount up and you can't heal because you're just stuck in battle because they're chasing you and shit. Also, I have to figure out how many dodges a Willbender gets. Or is it Willbender or Vindicator? One of them. There's just one of them that seems to be able to just dodge forever. And it's not Daredevil, because I know Daredevil can do that, but it's like one of the heavy armor classes just get the fuck out of Dodge City. 2 dodges. Everybody has 2 dodges. Well, no, Daredevil has 3 dodges, right? Long you stream? I just started, so maybe like 4 or 5 hours. I like to do a long one, but I run out of energy really fast because I don't shut up. So we'll see. Sigils recharge faster. Well, funny you mention that. I did kind of actually start paying attention to how those work. Because I noticed that I was getting endurance refill on Shroud. And I should have known that because that technically counts as a weapon swap. So as long as you like pay attention to the cooldown on the sigils, you can get more dodges just by having them.
That's how amazing I am.
Ow, holy shit. Oh, it's Vigor. Right, Vigor's endurance. Endurance regen. I do have the restores 50% on both my weapons.
Rage at max.
It's just kind of remembering how to like properly use them. I don't want to be the tank, stop it. And also, that crit for 3 seconds in weapon swap is really good for Necro as well. Because the Shroud counts as a weapon swap. So I have it on my axe. So if I'm in axe when I go into Shroud, then I get auto crits on the spin. And because of the trait, you get a lot more hits at the spin. Or faster hits, or whatever it is. So there's actually a few things that are really good that I'm using. I just have to like remember that I have them and to take advantage of them. Wait, is Vindicator not the Revenant class that has like the Dragoon jump? No, that can't be it, because don't they, whatever Revenant specialization has the Dragoon jump, they only get to have like 1 bar, right? Okay. So they still get 2 of those, and then they regen for a 3. And Wheelbender has like the movement abilities on their, in place of their virtues, right? They seem to be really good at disengaging. You see one we got 2. Oh, interesting. I must have been like watching old videos. I like the idea of it, but when I was playing Guardian, I got used to having the cooldowns, and then having them turn into like movement abilities. What is it that they get? They lose the passive for them, but they become like the movement abilities, something like that. Like core is, you know, virtues, whatever, and then Firebrand is they get the book, so they get a whole new skill bar. But then once they've entered a book, they don't get to have the passive. And then Willbender is like, don't get the passive, but it's just like they have like specific ability. I'm trying to remember. I mean, don't kill yourselves trying to explain it to me. It's just that I'm just sort of talking. But I like to like see how much I remember sometimes. You're the second person today that told me that, Hut. Twilight was like, I want to watch you, but I'm going in for kidney shit. It's just like, you're always going in for kidney shit. They need to build you new kidneys. Get the general idea of it, yeah. I ask a lot of questions so I can just have stuff to talk about, and sometimes people come in and they're really, really interested in telling me all the specifics. And it's like, dude, I can't read that right now. I'm interested, but I'm just sort of talking. I played this game long enough paying attention to it, and eventually I'll have all the stuff down pat. See, when I left 14, I knew basically all the ins and outs of 14, besides like specific boss encounters and how jobs were performing at the top, like 0.5%. Anything other than that, I had it unlocked just by streaming the game a lot and paying attention. So eventually, I'll have all the right answers. Just takes time. Details. I like details, it's just like... And I can read chat pretty fast, but, you know, my attention span. Oh yeah, speaking of dailies, did I finish mine? I did, good. I don't want to miss a day, I really want to get those 2 gold. Well, actually, now that I'm a spy, chat, now that I'm a spy, my salary is now more than 2 gold. It builds up. It does. I keep thinking to myself, if I did dailies every day, since this game came out, I would not have any gil or gold problems. Because it'd be 2 gold, 365 days in a year. So we're talking like a cool 7,000 gold, thereabouts. Not counting the resources you get from actually doing the dailies. Not counting the actual daily chest you get, like your daily gacha chest, not counting that. Which, because of the mystic coins and stuff like that, that adds up to be even more than the dailies, doesn't it? Or at least, it adds up to be a lot. So yeah, all I would have had to do, chat, is take a half an hour of every day for the last 10 years and play Guild Wars. Sounds fair. Who is paying? I don't know. Like mystery benefactors. It's funny, see, I didn't even know that I had a job as a spy until someone told me that I did. And I was like, cool. Dude, everybody hates this joke, but the best way to make gold in this game is to have a job and siphon your paycheck into the game. If you get minimum wage, you can sink an hour into the game and have more gold than you could ever hope to make in a day. Or yeah, just take like the Korean alt route where you just like have multiple accounts and just become like a manufactory. Because Guild Wars is notorious for like making it easy to run a shit ton of clients at the same time. Something like 14, you're not even allowed to launch the game twice. In Guild Wars, you can just like fill your screen with shit. Dude, I actually pointed at the screen like you guys could see it. What the fuck? Yeah, I used to watch videos of people doing like high-end crafting on Guild Wars, and they'd have 20 clients open up. And they'd be crafting iron swords. Iron swords. Millions and millions of iron swords. And they'd all be on like super low resolution, terrible graphics, like, you know, throttle it with the asshole just to like be able to run Guild Wars 20 times. And it kind of makes you not want to like play the market board, because then you realize there's people out there doing that shit. You know, so. I never tried it. Sounds like smashed asshole to me, chat. Oh my dear. Sure. Okay. Chat, I think this is going to be a good day. I haven't died once yet. We also haven't fought anybody yet. But I'll take a victory as a victory where I can get it. Do you think it'd be worth going for the increased glider speed over something else? Because I kind of want it, but I feel like I want to like max out siege damage and stuff like that. Or like siege golem specifically, so people don't make fun of me when I get inside one. The only reason you have legendaries, you mean because you're a spy or because you play the market? We'll see. Not everybody knows that I'm a spy. Remember, I didn't even know until today, so I guess it's still a secret. Thanks for the follow, Mark. Mark. Oh, because you have alt accounts, yeah. Yeah, that sounds kind of tedious. I mean, I did hear one discussion on it. It was like it would pay off over the years if you bought like a bunch of Guild Wars accounts and just kept up with them. But the amount of time it would take to like make up the difference of buying multiple accounts. Unless you can do some of the stuff on free accounts, which I don't think you would, because I think ANET would kind of not want that. But yeah, it's like 2 gold per account and just, you know, siphon it to one source. It's true. Double the income. It doesn't take very long. Doing Guild Wars 2 dailies probably takes less time than doing Genshin Impact dailies. Plus, in order to do Genshin Impact dailies, you have to play Genshin Impact. I mean, how horrifying. Hey, golems. How many? 1, 2, 4. We had 5. We did a siege a couple weeks ago. We had 5, and we smashed them all into the underwater tunnel here. And when they got fucking destroyed, chat, they were obliterated in seconds. We had no chance. They had like 50 arrow carts set up. It was a massacre. What a waste. Anyway, good times. Well, the Lantern Riot games are the same, pretty much the same as they were. Also, I thought that the second day quests were good. Third day quests, I take it back. Way too much fan service. And I woke up late today, so I didn't have time to do any more world clear. So I'm still behind on my primos to roll for Hu-Tao, but whatever. That's still a little bit away. I'm not like obsessing over Genshin or whatever. It's just kind of like when I feel like playing it. Yeah, the boat one sucks. I usually like controlling the boats, but for some reason this time around it felt really bad. Hey.
Getting healthy.
He just gives up. He knows.
I am down.
Well, and like after a certain amount of time, you do start to ask yourself, like, why? Like, for what purpose? There does eventually come a time in a game where you stop and realize you kind of have everything that you set out to get. And at that point, it's either you keep playing because you have a habit, or you try to make new goals. I know that even like a game like this, that's really about just like having a lot of stuff to do, there does eventually come a day where the game is not so much the game, and you just log in to socialize. I think every MMO at one point just becomes a chat room with graphics. And honestly, that's fine. Maybe that's like a really good side effect of MMOs, is that people can actually socialize and have like a reason to do it. Like 14 every year kind of becomes more like that. And it's not even like a bad thing. Anyway, that was kind of a tangent, but it's just kind of how I feel. Speed the last golem. I have no speed. No buffs. No bitches. Oh, chat, another question for you that you can feel like answering if you want to. What firebrand skills give alacrity? Do they have like a spammable attack they can use to just build up alacrity?
There's the power. Eye of the storm. Air.
Oh, Willbender gives alacrity. Okay, that would make sense. Alacrity is pretty good. I had the Mirage build that has a shit ton of alacrity. Very fun. Hey, one skill's all you need, baby. Just one.
Lightning bolt. Getting healthy.
I do still sometimes mix up the different buffs, because a lot of them do end up sounding the same. There's quickness, which is not the same as super speed. And then there's alacrity, and then what's the last one? Because alacrity reduces cooldowns, and then there's one that like actually speeds up animations. Wait, I can actually get it from... That's quickness. No, it's... Okay, so quickness, alacrity for that, and then there's super speed for run speed, and then... Dude, I'm mind fucking myself. I can't remember. Are there 4 buffs or 3?
There's the power.
Swiftness. Yeah, well, you can forgive me for like mixing up swiftness and quickness. Yeah. So swiftness and super speed for like running, and then it's quickness and alacrity for like animation speed and cooldown reduction. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of a lot of buffs. But anyway.
There's the power.
Yeah, so having alacrity and quickness feels good, man. Oh, cannon. Nobody's working on oil. I can't even actually touch it. There we go.
Getting
Whatever, we're in. This is a lot more successful than the last time we tried to do it.
never felt better.
Yeah, I think I know the other ones. So yeah, Aegis for blocking, and then there's... Fuck, no, I already fucked myself, because it's like, what is stability? Stability is... block CC. Or reduces CC duration. Okay, no, I'm doing it again, chat. You don't have to answer, I'm just kind of thinking out loud. See, 14 doesn't really have any of this stuff
Getting healthy.
that actually matters. Like, they have a lot of status effects, but they don't really ever come into play. Unless you're, like, in specific situations. And it was kind of more years ago where things like soft CC were actually useful. But if you have a game that goes more towards fighting bosses, and you have to make bosses, like, immune to a lot of CC, because otherwise it'd be terrible. And then just over time, you just kind of stop thinking about it.
Invigorating. Excellent time. Ready for anything. Feel the burn. Accelerating.
Hey, what's that ability right there? It's like red stepping stones. I see that a lot. It's a Willbender move. See, I've probably seen it when I've used it, but I don't know what it looks like to other people. Yeah. This game really does have one of the most robust, like, buff and debuff systems.
Back on solid ground. Shake it off.
I mean, this is the only game where I've seen such specialized build where you actually would bring somebody to a group that their only purpose is to mess up buffs on the other person's team.
Getting healthy.
And it's like you have a whole roll just for that. Then you know it's some serious shit.
Your enchantments are weak. Turret deployed. My defenses are down.
Like, you'll bring a roll to, like, buff the team.
Rage at max.
It's like, okay, that's pretty standard. But it's like, but wait, there's more.
There's the power.
All right, here we go. Is there anybody in here?
There's the power.
Chat? I don't think they care. I don't think anybody's here.
Getting healthy. Armor enhanced. Come and get.
Attack my target! For great justice!
Free castle.
Blast free. Armor enhanced. Getting healthy. Rage at maximum.
Cool. It's nice to finally get this place. We haven't had much luck doing it. Here. Inventory's getting kind of messed up. I gotta fix it. It's like, what are you hitting? It's like a ballista. Lots of supply. Okay. So where to next? What do we got? We do own a lot of the good stuff. Hey, banners. Wow. Guild banquet table. This is kind of new. $2 attributes for 10 minutes. Oh, okay. Is this something on top of like normal food and enhancements? Or is this like replacing something else? Because that's not a very huge buff, but... Wait, plus 2 to all attributes, that's like almost nothing. Why are they pinging, goddammit? I can't hear my own thoughts. In addition to... I was just thinking like, well, that's kind of a nice bonus. I'm like, wait, +2. That's garbage. Is it like a better version of that? Because I've been trying to like compile all the different buffs you can use in World v World, and so far it's like banners, food, and like stuff like sharpening stones. Those 3. My latest information says that you can't use the candy corn gobbler buffs in World v World. So I thought it was just those 3 things. But then we have that that guild banquet table as like a 4th thing for just like this very small bonus. I need as many stats as possible to like offset my Pepega bullshit. Oh, they were searching for somebody. Yeah, sometimes I forget about that. Hey, this is fun. I'm having fun. Any funners in chat? I don't know, it just got my hopes up. Did I? It's always a fucking thief. Leave them alone and then next you know you have a shadow portal right up your asshole. Need to waste supply. That's also a good point. I actually didn't know exactly how supply worked. Because it's like you get whatever they had in their stockpile when you take their camp, right? So you might have an interest in like clearing it out. If you don't like really need it, you can just kind of spend it on stuff. But then also I read something about like causing supplies to explode. And it's just like, well, when do you get to do that? That sounds kind of funny. But I'm not sure I ever saw that happen before. Is that like a tactic? I haven't researched this stuff really yet. Okay, I was gonna say tactics. Because you know it normally doesn't work that way. When I end up buying a commander tag, I'm gonna have to do like a lot of research. Because there's gonna be some stuff that I'm gonna have to start actually knowing and not just like rolling around in the group being whatever. These free and easy days that I'm experiencing now will not last forever. Or I could just, you know, not tag and have free and easy days forever. So you get to choose one, and then I imagine you have to use some sort of currency for that. Skooma. Do you know where we are? Arden Gate is a pain in the ass, true. Is there really any place we can go to that will really benefit from having a shit ton of Golem? Foghaven? Oh, I have literally never seen this screen in my life. Wow. Oh, there's more than I thought. Interesting. I'll look at that later. I just hit my hotkey for skimmer. Jesus. My brain, man. Probably want to take the underwater route. But for what purpose, Iceman? For our health? Bay. I thought we had Bay. Oh, no. No, we don't. Okay, well, then that would make sense. This might be a good idea, then. Covered underwater. Yeah, where were you during the Gollum Navy SEALs invasion of 2023? I hope this works and isn't just like a bunch of bullshit. Because unfortunately, I am a liability. My brother, don't eat cornflakes, eat Cheerios. Cheerios are better for you. Cocoa Pops? Well, I know Cocoa Puffs. I know Corn Pops. What the fuck are Cocoa Pops? Golem oil leak. Yeah, sure. Huh. This is kind of becoming a little bit less sneaky.
Rage at maximum.
The harder variant in Australia. Serial hard mode in Australia. I don't know, like fairy bread cereal. That's actually not even that crazy. Like frosted cereal with sprinkles on it. That's like not even that outlandish.
Rage at maximum.
Rice bubbles. Damn, dude. Why am I such a prophet? I was gonna say something about Vegemite, but it's like, I don't know. My jokes are just too lame. See, that specific shark there, that shark is a fucking asshole. I just want to let you guys know. Can I hit this with axe? Wait. Dude, I don't think I can. Why is it so hard, dude? Why is it so hard to hit this shit with 200 range weapons? Because my staff only has the auto attack.
Rage at maximum. Spell break.
Vacate these premises.
Well, nobody came. I guess it's just... We are like going completely unopposed to everything we do today. I don't get it.
Attack my target.
Are we like just chilling here while EVG is getting absolutely ravished? If I could eat what I wanted to eat, I would just eat like, you know, sugar cereal like... I mean, are you kidding me?
I've beaten you, but you don't know it yet.
But I'm such like a health food nut job that I can't really enjoy eating stuff that's not like
There's the power.
good for you. I like alphabets. Alphabets are pretty cool. We're not really in any hurry source. I mean, I probably would have went in Shroud, but I was just thinking about cereal, so. I swear to God, I'm a good player. Yeah, but there's no rush. I mean, nobody's really opposing us. EVG is fine. Well, how are we even, like... Oh, we're fucking destroying the map. I think everybody's just asleep. Like, look at this shit, chat. Green is sour about life. Yeah, I wish it worked that way, Hut. Because I love me some chicken nuggets, but I would, you know, I don't eat them. I would like nothing more than to buy, like, frozen tendies and just eat them. But I just know how terrible they are for you, so I wouldn't enjoy them. The way I think about stuff really affects how my body reacts to it. So if I eat something I think is unhealthy, I'll get sick. Well, not sick, but I'll be like, no, I'll just get sick. Because when I first started streaming, I didn't eat very well at all, but I didn't really care because I wasn't thinking about diet. I was just like, go to sleep and stream. I didn't care about like diet or anything. But the minute you seem to start thinking about something, and it sort of gets in your head, and then I guess that's kind of how like hypochondriacs feel, that they think they have a sickness so much that they actually feel like they have the sickness. And then the doctor's like, lol, no. Good stuff. Thanks for the follow, Ancient Mariner. Interesting character growth. Yeah, growth. Quote, growth, unquote. Alright, we have another tag up. Toggle rotation. And Commander what now? I haven't seen these guys before. They just came out of nowhere. I guess we're warping back to spawn. I mean, I think that I'm generally pretty healthy physically. And that's like increased as my mental health has just gone down the shitter. So good that I got my physical health more or less sorted out. I don't have any idea what he just said there. Yeah, sure. Alright kids, we're switching maps. See, this is what Blue's been doing. So we have to take all this. And we're not going to run into any resistance. We're going to get it all for free. If he has some time, I really should, like, fix my inventory a bit. It's getting kind of wet.
Need something.
Yeah, I need lots of stuff, actually. Chris Chan. Where's the bank? Where's the bank? Where's the bank?
More violence, I say. Less violence.
I think I've already used one of these, so I might only need to have one more. It wouldn't really matter if I went over, because, you know, one day you'll need to use more gifts of battle, but I kind of lost track. I crafted one of, like, the combined gifts, and then it kind of threw off knowing how much resources I actually have. Thick leather sections. Okay, they're only one copper off. I'll just take those. Stash that, put that there, and then I need to get some extra gathering tools. So one sickle, one axe. Salvage kits. I'm not opening these because this is a nightmare. Are you ready? No.
Until we converse again.
No, I'm not ready. I do World v World now, yeah. To get the armor, you have to spend a long time in here, and any time not in here is time spent not claiming skirmish tickets. Or not getting skirmish claim tickets. So pretty much gotta spend all my time in here. I don't mind it, I like it. Hey, this is actually not too bad. This is about as good as I can make it. But the game does not allow you to stash boosters or consumables. So some stuff you just hold on to, like, you know, you're in a JRPG, you just hold on to everything. Wait, are we still getting the New Year's bonus? Wait, we're not. Guild experience bonus, track bonus, bonus to magic find. Okay, then I guess I can actually use one of my boosters now. I didn't know for sure if it's stacked with the New Year's bonus. It seemed like my my progress was kind of slowing down. You need a World v. World event? Like what? Like, didn't the New Year event count as that? See, I don't know. What exactly is like a World v. World event? Yeah, well, the thing is, my banks are also full, so, you know. My banks are basically full of, like, gifts and, like, these. Like, tons of stacks of these. Oh, I see some blue. SM. Hey. Where did he... Dude, where did he go? Chat, what the fuck just happened? He just jumped and then he's gone. What happened to him? When the beta happens. The call to war buff. I'll keep my eye out then. I've never been in when that's been going on. The buff does stack. Yeah, maybe I should have used it. Then again, I'm going to be spending so long in here, and I don't have, like, infinite boosters for World of World experience. So, there actually is some element of, like, not using them unless it's, like, the most profitable time to do it. Like, you're going to do, like, an SMC raid, and you actually have a chance of winning, and you end up killing, like, a lot of people. Kind of thing. Because if I just used them all the time, I'd be out, like, in, like, a week. And then I still have another 35 weeks. I'm not ready, no. There's actually like a science to stacking, huh? Why am I not surprised? See, I thought it was the opposite. It's like, oh, I won't use it during the event because it's going to be the same buff. Whereas the right thing to do would have been to actually just stack as much as possible. If you think about it, it actually would be kind of nice to get my inventory cleared out. Because this is like a lot of space. And you could like sell these on the market board. Jesus. The whole booster economy. I don't have the 10% boost active from like Spite or whatever, so I guess just Camping Shroud is the name of the game. T.H.A.R? Listen, dude, you don't know his life. Don't say that. This is the last back piece for World v. World, right? Like, you wear this and you are the sweaty gamer. T.H.A.R, Jesus. Okay, we gotta get out of Dodge. Got some supplies. We're going to... No, I guess we're not going. No. Not quite final one. Is there like more spikes? That one had like 3. It's so ugly, but it's like you wear it because it's prestige. Well, they were drinking before. We took one of the forts and everyone just got like drunk. It's a real game when you can drink fictional alcohol and become fictionally drunk. In Minecraft. I kind of thought that having 10k rank was rare, but I guess it's actually not. Because then people started saying things like, oh, you can, like, it was early on really easy to get ranked because they didn't nerf, like, this area yet or whatever. And, like, probably using boosters. And just generally no-lifing for, like, several years. Because 10,000 is a lot, but 10 years is a long time. So it'd be interesting to know how many people actually have it. Hex, it did, but the option to turn off these two things, this like really helps. Like the frame rate is actually really good in Zergs now. If it's like the entire realm versus everything else, it'll drop, but definitely not the way that it usually does to like 5 or 10 FPS. Generally, I haven't noticed any drops in the last couple days, just by keeping those options off. Unfortunately, you can't look at anybody else's glamours because they all become like faceless, just NPCs. Which kind of sucks, but you know, you do what you need to do. Alright, we're moving. Back to the desert. Last one has a bunch of fire. That wasn't a bunch of fire? I should probably turn off show ally names, to be honest, because I don't know. I keep forgetting to go look for the option, but when I'm in a Zerg, I do have problems targeting the right person. Because I used to use auto-targets, so at least you have somebody, but that messes up your dashes, so I turned it off, and now sometimes you have to waste time, like, getting the right target. And a lot of it's because I can't see through all, like, the blue names, and the green names, and the red names. But it's something I want to experiment with because I want to know how much it affects not being able to see. Because when you turn the models off, you're not going to see every enemy, you're just going to see their name. And sometimes you don't even like notice people standing next to you because you just see their name and it's like under a bunch of stuff and then you notice you're getting hit. Oh, holy shit. I thought he just like fell through the map. Wait. He did. He did fall through the map. If I keep watching Red's short videos, it's going to turn into, you know, not so short. Yeah, I know where it is. It's just... Oh, hyperlink. Yeah, I know where it is. It's just, I haven't looked at it yet. When I'm done streaming, I get, like, really tired, and then I don't always want to keep, like, fiddling around with stuff. I usually, like, log back on and, like, try out builds for a while. And then pass out. That's kind of my life right now. There could be, like, room for multiple reds, huh? Yeah, to be honest, I don't know how I got along with not having a mount. I think what I did was I always ran all the speed traits, so it was just that much worse in battle. Like, I would run Warhorn, and I would, like, run... Well, I mean, I already run this, but I definitely ran that. I would run Reaper, and I'd be constantly doing the dash. Because, you know, Warclaw, you can get the trait that it speeds up people around you, but that's not exactly, like, gonna save you all the time. So I remember, like, lagging behind groups a lot. However, I used to also play World v World only pretty much at night, and there wasn't really, like, a lot of dangerous Zergs. So you join a group of, like, 10 people, and you just walk around taking all the stuff that people weren't around to take back because they were in bed, like, you know, as they should be. So I used to do a lot of World v World when it was, like, really safe and, like, sleeper.
Attack my target.
Okay, well, this is not safe or sleeper. Okay, I just... Chat, do not say a fucking word. Okay, well, I need some AoE. That was the fat finger of the ages. Okay, it doesn't matter. These guys suck. Oh yeah, I know I'm too zoomed in. It's kind of a habit from 14 where I just like to look at my character. But yeah, I'm aware. It's actually a really bad habit. I do it without thinking. When I'm not in combat, I scroll in. And then I waste all the time scrolling out. Unless you can scroll out even farther. I think this is the max zoom, is not? Well, definitely prioritize getting the mount. The mount's probably, like, the most important thing to get first. Like, do the track, do the quest or whatever.
There's the power.
It's really, really hard no matter what to not have a mount. I mean, if you're like a... Wait. There's like 2 classes that can outrun a mount, right? like, can't willbender outrun a mount.
Accelerating.
But not everybody is willbender.
Rage at maximum.
Yeah, like, I know staying zoomed out. I mean, I did raid in 14 a lot back in the day. Like, I know the way to do things. But just because I know it doesn't mean that I don't keep doing, like, unconscious stupid shit. And I know it's, like, infinitely frustrating the chat, but, you know, what can I say? I'm only one man, half brain. Yeah, true. What mounts do you get for not having the X pack? It's just like Raptor? Yeah, like actual mounts come in. Or no, it's like, don't you get... Oh, I forget. You get like some, but not others. If you told me that Warclaw was Path of Fire. But the thing is, you think that it shouldn't be because Warclaw is the only mount in World v World. Why would they force you to get the expansion just to have like the one mount? Like they should just allow you to have it. Because it's not like Warclaw is any good outside of World v World. It's like the worst mount, like by a lot. So I don't know why they just wouldn't give it to you. 10-hour trial of Raptor. Is there not a quest outside of the expansion to get permanent Raptor? I thought for sure. We had this conversation like quite a few months ago. Well, it's kind of very easy to not do what the streamer does because normally people playing the game do not have like the streaming debuff where they're paying attention to the stream and the game. So, I do decently well when I'm not streaming. By no means like great, but my performance is probably like about a 70, or like, I would say it's about like a 60% hit just having the streamer debuff. The numbers are not arbitrary, they are actually scientific, trust me. Source my ass. You had to pay to get the Raptor. Interesting. Well, I mean, this game's pretty cheap now, so... Yeah, well, I get that, but the thing is, if they can have you be able to use the Raptor without actually having Path of Fire on your account, why couldn't they just give you Warclaw?
Train fire on my target.
I mean, do Warclaw even have like a... Like, Warclaw don't even have like a mastery track in open world, right? So it's not like they're like tied into the main game in some kind of like really crucial way. Well, it's kind of performance anxiety, but that's not really the main thing. It's actually just mostly my attention span. When I'm talking to somebody in real life, I can only focus on the conversation alone. So I'm like worse at that than normal people. So when I'm streaming, I focus all on talking to chat, and then they're basically just like basic bitch bot gameplay. And then I snap back to reality once in a while, and then I just, you know, fall out again, so. That's kind of the way, that's like just the way that I stream. Yeah, you do a World v World quest line, true. But I'm just saying that like you should be able to do that without having the expansion because it's so integral to World v World that not having it is kind of like gimping yourself. Although by that metric, now that I'm thinking about it, without the expansions you can't get the specializations, and some would say that they're very crucial to World v World as well. So I guess in like a lot of ways, not having all the expansion is sort of giving you a subpar World v World experience because it's sort of giving you the same experience as the main game. So if we were to take that argument to its conclusion,
This is rather rare.
it's not just a Warclaw issue, it's like the whole way that the thing is structured. They want you to buy the expansions. I mean, why wouldn't they? Well, all I can say, Hex, do what I did, and just kind of like gimp your build a bit just to get the movement speed to be able to keep up with the group. I mean, getting to where the battles are and not being able to be like a super optimal fighter is better than not getting to the battles at all and dying in the back because you get picked off. That's my only advice. Aw, no credit. You did. Okay, well then that's all my advice. Yeah, Warclaw shares traveling speed, but it is a trait. And it is definitely a lot nicer to have it on your own, because if you're not already with the group, you're not going to be able to catch up to the group. It's kind of like when you're in a Zerg. When you're in the Zerg, you get all the buffs and everything's great. The minute you fall behind, you become a casualty, you know? Plus, I wanted to ask this. The trait for Warclaw to give movement speed, is that always active? Because the way that it words it is that it, what does it say? Periodically grants Warclaw speed. No, it's this one. Periodically. So is it actually active all the time, or is it something that just happens once in a while? Because the wording is kind of not really conclusive. Yeah, and Druid is also like... I guess depending on how you build it. You could roam as a Druid, right? What I heard is that roaming Druid, you just lock down the person and walk away. Pull the trigger and walk away. But I'm assuming that you're kitted out to be like a group support. It's active all the time. See, that's really, if that's true, that's really like... The wording is not good. Perma speed. Interesting. Yeah, so if you're with the Zerg, fine, but if you're not, you still have the problem of, like, if you can't catch up, you can't even get the boost to be able to catch up. Also, another question, chat, because you're so good. What is the radius on that movement speed buff? Is it big, or is it, like, you gotta be, like, right with them? Full minstrel. Yeah, that definitely feels like a very support build. Like, quite robust, but you're not about to kill anybody. Bust. Also, I'm getting roasted to a crisp by chat. I don't care, chat. You can't hurt me. I'll ask all the questions. I'll be wrong as many times as it takes. Because... one day I'll be right. You make enough mistakes, and all of a sudden, you know, you don't make the mistakes anymore.
Accelerating.
Yeah, like, pretty robust. Tanky healer. Well, then maybe there is a way to be able to, like, not get picked off while roaming, because if you're that tough and you're a druid, you should be able to, like, lock down people and just, like, walk away from them. Or just, like, keep backtracking until you get to the group. I mean, most people are not going to chase you if they realize you have a bajillion health and are never dying. So maybe partially it is a skill issue. Then again, I don't know, because I'd never played Druid in my life. My friend did, but he sucked, so that's no help. So I actually don't know anything about Druid. I just heard something about how they have like a lot of CC and it's like really fucking annoying. Unless they nerf that.
Attack my target.
Yup, rock. It really is. I almost kind of want to play it for that, but they said that kind of about Core Necro. It's just like you don't want to fight a Core Necro because they just out-sustain you, and it's like, really? In what universe? I can't out-sustain for shit. I mean, I kind of can, but how often is it that you're going someplace in the world and you just meet like one person and you're afraid they're going to kill you? It's like, okay, I could get away from that guy, like, fuck him. But it's always you run into some kind of like, some like roaming, fuck. It's always like multiple people. It's not like 100% immobilization, is it? Well, actually, I was watching a video, speaking of chasing a guy, I was watching a video that, it was a Necro and he was just being chased. And then he turned around and fucking killed the guy. It was awesome. I have no idea how fast he did it. He turned around and he did like, what did he do? Some bullshit. I have no idea. Oh. He was like running condition. I think he was like running like, shit, whatever gives like the most condition. He turn around, he went into Core Shroud, he used 5 and then Life Leech, and it just killed the guy. I was like, what the fuck, dude? That's not my Necro experience. Tell you, cherry-picked bullshit. And yeah, it must have been running like Viper because his Shroud 5 did a shit ton of damage. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, Tempest can also be a healer, right? Like, what's the Elementalist healer spec? It's Tempest, right? Because I actually... Well, whatever... damn. I'm trying to think about something right now. Because I could use on my Celestial, on my Elementalist, like, all the pieces. And if it's a good Elementalist build, it would be really nice to have that in the pocket. But from what I was reading, very high tier. Surely after this many years, I'm not as dog shit at Elementalist as I was. I mean, no way, right? Pocket trash? Where? Where is that guy? Tell him to meet me at the flag post after school. I want to share my brownies with him. Best AoE healer? Not sure. Like, isn't Scourge really good for like a small party? Like, they have pretty good AoE. But like large scale? I was just gonna say Druid. But that's kind of like the basic bitch answer, but yeah, like Druid. I wish I could run Scourge Healer in a Zerg. I wish it actually worked. And then it's like, okay, you can run Scourge in a build. It's like, really? Yeah, but it's Boon Corruption. And I'm like, that's not as exciting.
Getting healthy.
Yeah, in World v World, it does seem like getting conditions off people is really important. It doesn't mean that there's no place for healing, but it seems like everywhere I look, everyone's just like, well, we need cleanse. Because usually it seems like if I'm in a position where I'm losing a bunch of health, it means like the Zerg has already been lost. Like there's not been very many times where I could say, oh, if I just got healed up to full, we could win the battle. Like it doesn't seem to be that way. Like very few times I felt that, you know, a heal could swing a fight. But that's just how I feel. Like I'm a dumbass. It's just how I feel. Yeah, that's kind of why I wish I was actually like good at playing Boon Corruption Scourge. But I was saying a while ago, I had a hard time with it. Like not having the Shroud on Necro, I really miss it, and I kept getting killed. Because it was like you're trading out for boon stripping, and you're slotting in your skills for boon stripping, and then you have like no safety net. And it's like, okay, well surely if I make perfect movements and my team cleanses all the shit off me, then I can be useful. And then they don't, and then you die, and then you're like, well, I suck. It's true, Shroud does become a crutch. If you let it become a crutch, it'll become a crutch. Good old medkit engineer. Yeah, like, you know, the best way to heal is to,
OMG DID someone say Pocket, look a distraction.
Look at him.
Lel got him.
Pocket is the only donator now. I love it.
Excuse me, rude. Pepega clap world record.
Dude, you almost got it.
Clap, Pepega clap.
Thanks, man. Engie will never get a nerf. They go to nerf Engie and then they just accidentally buff it and they're like, yeah, okay. Yeah, it kind of is a problem when you play a lot of Necro because you do get used to that panic button. And it's even worse when you take... I guess I don't have it anymore, but it's like, I think it's in Death Magic where if you get killed, you'll just activate your Shroud and then start using Shroud, even if your Shroud was on cooldown. So that's like really basic bitch, and you get used to that, and it actually starts to cause problems. Like, I got used to that, and then try to play a class with no Shroud at all. So it's like, okay, well, if I can't play Necro, I'll just play Spectre, because they have a Shroud, and it's like, well, you can't play a Spectre in a Zerg, because fuck you. I was like, god damn it. I just want to be a basic bitch, and this game won't let me. Wait, the wells are not... Wait, what? What about the wells? Ground target instead of player-centered? How do you mean? Well, I know that Mechanist is like really strong, but I didn't think it invalidated other NG builds. Oh, on NG, okay. I don't know how many classes can use wells. I thought it was just Necromancer and Chronomancer. So what exactly is the problem with NG and the wells? Like, you can't just aim them like this and they just work? It's not a spec? No, but on Mesmer it's a spec, right? Like, wells come from Chronomancer, right? Oh, you're talking about, oh, sorry. I'm getting, like people's responses mixed up with other people's. Yeah. Easy to play. So it is the easiest NG spec, I assume? Like, that is NG healer. You just direct the dispenser. Yeah, it's like, Virtuoso is a class. Mechanist is a mistake. Well, since you guys leveled so much, maybe I should, like, go and get it. I have a booster ranger with celestial gear. I can just go and get a Mechanist right now. You know, if you guys want it so much. Nice. Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Rage at maximum. Armor enhanced.
Oh, I get it. So when it's centered on the player, that actually, when you're in a Zerg, that almost makes it... Yeah, like, you don't have to, like, turn around, you just cast shit. That is one thing. I do get killed on Necro, especially because I'm running staff for some reason that I'm running and I want to cast stuff behind me. And apparently that only works if you know how to do the proper backwalking shit, which I don't know how to do, so... I was talking about, like, classes that can, like, spam AoE while they're running. Seem to kind of have an advantage because they don't need to risk turning around and, like, losing any of their speed. And then anybody who's following them just gets, like, wrapped up in their sauce and just gets fucked. Like Firebrand is just, you know, whatever. I'll just play keyboard while I run and everything works out. Also, I kind of have respect for people who play Virtuoso in World v World because it seems kind of tough. I remember I tried it in World v World and it was, like, pretty hard. Because, like, no safety net. If you want to quit Guild Wars 2, play Mini Necromancer for a while. That'll make you quit. One button wonder. No necro. This is basically watching me do this is enough necro for anybody. See, I never even did like the worst mini master. Like I had berserker gear and I ran mini master. Imagine running like well, what was the gear that the dude was running on Druid? Like toughness, vitality out the wazoo, and then imagine running mini master. God, that sounds so fucking bad. So I heard a rumor, a little bird told me. So your power doesn't translate to your minions, which is part of the reason why minion master is just kind of gimped, because your minions just always shitty. But apparently condition damage does translate to your minions, which does make somewhat of a difference. If that's true, that's kind of odd, isn't it? Celestial Minion Master. Hell yeah, bro. It's funny, because if you boost a character, that's pretty much what you're going to get. You're going to get your Celestial gear, and you're just like... It's all right there. The worst build in the game, right at your fingertips. But I did some more research, and I found some builds that are like even more survivable than Minion Master, so it's kind of like, it's not like the biggest thing out there. But it's like, if you die with minions, you really had to try. Because the boss can't hardly even get to you. It's just ridiculous. Okay. Now I'm talking about PvE, not World v World. I've basically been smashed into the fast... Fuck, man. I was told that running condition damage in World v World is no good, but in open world, different story. You're not supposed to be running minions in World v World anyway. That seems like a really bad choice. That's like advertising, I am a bag. I'm just a bag. But I guess I was trying to say, it's just kind of funny that minions don't scale like for damage pretty much at all. So it's like, it almost doesn't matter what build you run with Mini Master. It's going to be like, the minions are going to be equally terrible. So in a way, me running Berserker with minions might have actually been the right choice, because at least you're not gimping your own damage. Your minions are going to do whatever. You scare people, because like, what the fuck is that? I've never seen that before. What's that guy surrounded by? I've never seen those things before. Actually, I saw a full Mini Master in World v World yesterday, and I was still too much of a pansy to fight him. Okay, I'm way behind. I like playing summoners in games because you get to be surrounded by all sorts of cute animals. But if you like hanging around your summons in Guild Wars 2, you are a strange person. That shit is some of the ugliest. I don't even know what kind of drugs they were on to make that shit. Like, one of them is just like this, it's like a half-eaten carcass, and you can like see like the organs in it. It's like, what the fuck is that? One's just like a puff of smoke, and then there's like Zerglings with no skin on their face. It's like, ugh. Right. Dagger Core Ellie. Yeah, yeah. Dagger Core Ellie. I remember day one. I was like, man, Dagger Elementalist sounds cool. It was not cool. It was not cool at all. Alright, chat. Well, I made it.
Never felt better.
I feel like if people are gonna run away from minions, it'd be more like a double take. It's like they see you, and then they run, and then they turn around, and they're like, wait a minute, and then they kill you. Oh yeah, they always fight this guy in the corner. So chat, more stupid questions. So why do they pull this? Why do they pull this guy to the the edge of the arena.
That was a blast. Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
To the edge. I was gonna say it must affect his mechanics. Makes sense. I just think people will be so worried about like boss mechanics of like a PvE tower boss. Like everything's more dangerous when you have the enemy team trying to fight you, but none of these bosses are very dangerous on their own. However, I bet if you had a small party, it would actually make a difference. But this is not a small party.
I know of a good use for this. Getting healthy.
Question of honor. No, I don't know. I don't know what this honor that you speak of is. If I could get a kill, I would take it. And that's great and all, but I don't see it working underwater. Yeah. Thanks, Trash. Yeah, I mean, that would have been me. I would have been the one who would try to take Minion Mancer into World v. World. But you stop and think about it for 2 seconds and you realize the issue is not just that you have summons, it's that you gave up all of your slot skills to have the minions, which means you don't have any of those. And then the person can just avoid the minions and kill you. What are you going to do? Run away with minions? You can't get out of battle because your minions are going to constantly be in battle because they don't fucking run with you. Like, at least the warrior pet can be commanded somewhat.
Never felt better.
Because necrominions have no brain. You can't. So it's just a really bad time altogether. I'm missing the party here. I don't even know if this game does have Boop Slider because I play Asura and that doesn't matter. I think they do. Booba. What's funny, chat, and don't think this is, and don't like get all weird champ on me, but FF14, the Lalafels do have Boop Slider. I don't exactly know why, but they do. But yeah, they... Pocket, you know this. You play 14. I was trying to surprise everybody here who doesn't play 14. It doesn't make much of a difference. But the thing is, it does make some difference, and that's where it gets me. Anyway, that's whatever, chat. What else you want to talk about?
Goodbye.
Well, T.H.A.R. went offline, like, last year. Oh, fuck, why did that scare me? I don't think the ERP in this game would be very good. This game doesn't really have, like, really good role-playing tools. I mean, I'm sure people try it. If you roleplay, if you, like, ERP in WoW, you'll ERP anywhere. I bet one day they'll make it able to be worn by both genders. They're doing a lot of that in 14 now, where they're just having costumes be like really flexible. I don't know how I feel about it. It was nice to have exclusives. Exclusives in games are always very exciting. But they don't want to have too much gendered stuff. It's kind of just like what they want to do. I guess that's just what people like. So, you know, maybe like one day. Electronic roleplay with your electronic escort. Yeah, I also made a cat in 14, but for some reason, I never hoard her out like everybody else. I just wanted to have a cat for having a cat, and I would design, like, nice costumes for her and stuff. But you see some of these cats walking around Limsa, and you're like, God, this thalassocracy needs Jesus. This shit is anti-bussin'. This shit needs a second calamity. Well, actually, I guess it would be 8th calamity. I would not necessarily need to have Guild Wars 2's combat system in another game. The combat's not exactly why I like this game. And I say that because if I was good at it, I would say it's awesome. But I'm not, so I don't.
Oh, I know of a good use for this.
We're moving again to... back to the desert. Just gotta defend some shit. There are no fat cats unless you mod. And you should not mod. Actually, that's, no, wait, I was gonna say I've never seen it before, but yeah, of course, I've seen it. I've seen everything. There are so many 14 mods. And a lot of them are on Discords where you can't even see them because they're just too much for, like, too much for normies. And then a bunch of those Discords end up getting banned anyway because it's too much for Discord. Wait, we're going back? Already? Dude, this is the most, like, schizophrenic... People would follow me around in 14 and just constantly make the fat cat noise by, like, mounting it and dismounting it. Chat, I can still hear the noises. Part of it was that I'm not saying I don't have the potential to be like an ERP degenerate, because I do. But the thing is that when I became a streamer, because I started off with cam, right? So all of a sudden, I now have a voice on the internet and a face on the internet, and then imagine you try to go back to acting like, you know, what ERPers act like, and then having to face your stream the next day. I mean, I guess I must still have some self-respect left because the idea of that, holy shit. But let me tell you, Chad, years ago, I didn't have those scruples. Back when life was good and innocent, and you just kind of did whatever you wanted, and fuck the consequences. And thanks to Follow Source. Yeah, well, I don't have to say that. You guys can see it. Although we haven't really been in a battle yet today. I mean, in all seriousness, I do okay. But I don't carry fights in this game like I carry fights in 14 Frontlines. Like, in 14 Frontlines, I would get upset at myself if I didn't max the damage. Because I just, like, had so many stakes in it that it's like I have to be good at this game, so I practiced so much. And then in this game, it's like I'm just average. But fuck, dude, 14 Frontlines. They had a system called Battle High. So the more kills you got in a match or assists, the more damage you would do. And so if you managed to roll around in your Zergwell until you got enough assists to get to 100 on Summoner, you would start lying down, because Summoner was all about like laying down like AoE bombs. The bombs would fuck the teams over. You would combine like, what was it, Garuda Tornado and Titan Clap and Bahamut Bomb. And the team would just fucking disappear, dude. They would just vanish. Man. Awesome. And not only would Bahamut's like limit break do a bunch of damage, Bahamut himself would stay around on the field and he would auto attack people randomly. So just in case they didn't already fucking die from your tactical nuclear strike, he attacks the lowest health targets automatically. And then also you're still available to like pick targets off yourself. So Summoner was just fucked up, dude. So good.
Never felt better.
There's also a lot of other tomfuckery going on in that mode. Like, there's a mode where you capture points by interacting with them. And so if somebody attacks you, it'll break your channel, and then you don't get to capture the point. So people would roll around with Paladin balls, and they would cast two of their skills. It would be their Limit Break, which is invulnerability, and they would cast Cover, which transfers the damage they take to another target. And they would chain each other together with these invulnerable covers, and you literally could not do anything. You had to physically use CC to knock them so far away from one another that their covered tether snaps, and so you could start actually attacking them and get them off the point. It was so fucked up. You would need a specific team comp just to counter two people's fuckery. Working as intended, Square Enix. Goddamn, was that frustrating. Kind of funny though. It went like several months with like no changes. And you just had to like suck it up and deal with it. Teams would tended to really rely on it a lot. There was kind of this unspoken agreement that the other two teams would gang up on them and spawn camp them and force them to lose. Because everybody hated that shit so much. It's like you countered it by just like teaming up 2v1, or you just did it yourself and did it better. Because wasting an entire limit break to like stop somebody cheesing a point was just the worst shit ever. No, Paladin balls, not those Paladin balls. Yeah, I mean, I did it for a long time, but I did so much frontlines that I got burned out and stopped doing it. But it was fun while it lasted. I'm gonna end up missing all the battle passes, which sucks. But you know, 14 is still a pay-to-play game, so sometimes you just can't play it. It's not that the PvP it's trash, it's that the game was not designed to have PvP. So whenever you play the mode, you'll see that it was an afterthought. They've done about as good of a job as they can with it, to be honest. It definitely works. They have arena PvP, they have solo queue, they have front lines, they have the rewards, they have the currency, they have the battle pass, they have ladder rewards, and they have like score trackers on the website. Like they have all the stuff. It's just that it was not designed from the start to be PvP. And that alone means that there's going to be some stuff that doesn't quite feel right. So, as someone who's played a lot of it, it's not trash. It's just not perfect. Just like our trash. Except he is trash, and he's not perfect. Years ago, trash PvP, for sure. But they worked on it over the years. They released an entire new system in Shadowbringers, which would have been years ago. Now. But they basically gave new skills to everybody. Or was that an Endwalker? Can't remember. Anyway, they redesigned the entire thing, and then all of a sudden the classes started working like really well. And they had like these unique identities from PvP, because everything in PvE was focused around rating, so like rotations and like combinations of skills. But in PvP, they designed a new kit for every class that worked specifically in the confines of that, and then every class sort of had this fresh new take on it. And a lot of them ended up being more fun than playing them in PvE. Like, they've designed new skills, new animations. Like, they actually put, like, a lot of dev time into it. And then people still complain. It's like, how much do you want, dude? You just want this to be a PvP game? You know? But anyway, if you haven't tried it recently, since they made the updates, I would definitely say give it a shot. It is good. I enjoyed the new version quite a lot. However, if I wasn't playing Summoner, I don't know how much I would enjoy it. Sometimes you play PvP just because you have one busted-ass build that makes everybody super upset, and then they nerf it, and then one day you lose all your interest. Magically, you know? So. I mean, I could also play Bard, but playing a supporter in Frontlines, not amazing. Because, you know, it's like any game. There are people who are just in there to do nothing. and it doesn't matter how much you damage buff them, they're still going to do... Like, chat, what is 0 damage times 15%? Sorry, plus 15%? I'm not very good at math. Can someone tell me? But yeah, you play 14 for the story. The story is the best part. 050. Flawless maths, Jerails. Jerails knows about playing Bard in front lines. So many obsidian shards, dude. Where did the team go? We have no tag. I'm trying to find the icon for the... Fuck, I feel so stupid. I lost everything. I have to check every place now. Home. Well, you know, when in doubt, you go to home. Wait, there's no tag here either. Oh no, home is, yeah, Isle of Janthura. Desert. Yeah, somebody posted it. Thanks for the follow. The Jaeger Bomber. Wait, the Jaeger Bomber? Maybe you did lose it first. Well, the team is here, but no tag. So this is where things start to get kind of weird. Because I don't actually know, like, where we're going. Like, some of these people, are they following me, or are they going someplace? Yeah, red map bad. It's still better to be in a squad with no tag than to not be in a squad. But it really kind of slows down getting shit done. Because you actually have to know where you're going, and imagine, chat, imagine knowing anything. I don't know shit. A green Zoid? Well, it's actually, you can see the animal. They're wearing exosuit armor. And I like it because it feels like it was made by the Asura. So it feels like, if there's anything that seems like it's not lore-friendly, this is actually quite lore-friendly. And also, because the colors on the holo projectors are so, like, bright, I just make all my different classes their class color. Feels good, man. Like, my Guardian looks sick. The shade of blue I use is amazing. However, one problem. They never made this skin for the dragon. And that's really all I wanted. The most useful mount in the game is the only one that doesn't have a skin. Hey, Jarrell, are you doing top tomorrow? Iceman is counter-sniping me. Follow Pippi, he is safe tag. Oh, they're tagging without tagging. Oh yeah, he's in the second group. It's still kind of tough because I don't know. It kind of makes things a little bit harder. So where is Big Pippi? Okay, well, I'll just follow the group. It's not going to stop snipers, I swear to God. They'll find us. Oh, I got here a bit too late. It's time to clean up and act like I did all the work. You'll be watching it? If I get some time, I'll watch it. You know, to be honest, we could watch it as a stream, but, you know, it'd be kind of stupid. Like, imagine booting up your 14 stream just to watch Ultimate. Yeah. There's a lot of things I would do if I could get some viewership, but... I mean, there's one time where 14 has, like, this crazy amount of viewership, like, enough to put it into the top 10 on Twitch. And it's when Ultimates release. Ultimates have been the best thing that's ever happened to 14 on Twitch. Very interesting. Every time a new one comes out, the viewership just goes right through the roof. Like streamers who normally had like a couple hundred subs, like go up to like multiple thousands of subs in like a few days. It's crazy. Okay, there's the dude right there. Is there a way of tracking a certain person on the map without them having a tank? Sorry, tag. You jumped. No, you jumped. Well, I mean, it was already pretty Papega. We'll see. Use personal target. Might need to, like, be close to them.
Attack my target.
Port block, add friends, send mail, kick, whisper. Must be like a different hotkey. You need to bind it. Ah, I thought so. So, someone sent me a... Oh, Mei Ling is gonna tag up. Well, we'll see how this goes. Yeah, I was thinking if there's no option, maybe, check for hotkeys. Chat, I also got mail. Oh, it's from Iceman. Maybe you got lucky. That's like worth like 1 gold. Nice. It's my spy salary. Or is it my counterintelligence salary? Or is it a bribe? I don't know. Keybinds targeting 4th option. Set personal target. Okay. Next time we need it, I'll try that. What about mom? Trash? Say that again. Dude, your mom jokes are literally the worst form of comedy. Holy shit. They're so bad. Fix walls. I love fixing walls. Sometimes you fix walls and you get yelled at because you're not supposed to be fixing walls. Something else I was thinking about, I was wondering why you're not able to see wall damage and wall openings on your map. Or if you are, they're pretty hidden. Because sometimes you're going with a Zerg and you get kicked out, and you're not. And okay, so maybe you're like joining a Zerg and they're already like in Stone Mist or whatever, and you're like, okay, so where in the wall did they go? And there's like a few places they could be, but couldn't you just have like an outline around the castle showing like a break in the wall, or like different shades of red around the wall to show you like what the integrity of the wall is, so you know where to go to fix it? Like. Are these things that are in the game that I don't know about, or they just didn't do that? It's like, is that actually like a good suggestion that I finally have? Because it just makes me wonder. It sounds like one of those really simple quality of life that would really add a lot. And whenever they don't add something like that, I always assume it's because they have a reason. I never assume incompetence. But maybe that would be a good thing to have. Because as it is, some structures you can't even really tell where the walls are. You just have to know by experience. So it's like you go in as a new player, you don't know where the walls are, you don't know how damaged they are, you don't know which ones are broken. You don't know shit. Well, I mean, you look anywhere in any game, you'll see broken textures. I mean, that's something that I don't even really, like, criticize the game too much for. Especially Guild Wars 2, the maps are so big. Like, how many QC passes do they honestly get? And, like, not many players are going to complain about that. I mean, if they did and they didn't listen, that's a different story. Because it just means their priorities are somewhere else, but... Maybe if you see something, just point it out. And I'll be like, yup, wall. I was still, like, asking a few days ago about, like, why they abandoned Edge of the Mists. And people had, like, various answers, but I don't really know if I believed any of them. It's like, used to be good, so they nerfed it. And so nobody plays there anymore. And it's like, well, why don't they just, like, remove one of these and add this in? Because as it stands, 1, 2, 3, 3 kinds of maps. One of them is a duplicate. Take one of these out, add back Edge of the Mists, rebalance the rewards, and then you don't have, like, a wasted map nobody cares about. And then chat was like, herder, and I'm like, well, they had some answers, but I didn't hear any satisfying answers. Oh, like the wrong texture. Alright, fair enough. I haven't seen it yet.
Feel the pain.
Yeah, feel the pain. I actually had to take a drink of water. I'm, like, really thirsty. I've been talking a lot again today.
Rage at maximum.
It's a health hazard. Steel flask. It's a miracle I haven't taken enough alcohol. Well, it's a metal bottle, but it is water. Okay, I can't even afford booze. Dude, I never drank cranberry juice on stream, did I? Wait. No, I did. Booze gang. It might really be an improvement, to be honest. I could use this. I could use the sedation. Dude, I didn't drink it with my feet. I opened the fridge with my feet and got it with my feet, and then I drank it with my hands.
There's the power.
Okay. All right.
Rage at maximum.
Yeah, I was living that juice box life. It's a good life.
Never felt better.
I could do it. It's like orange juice in there now, so. That kind of stuff's more funny on cam. Like, I remember the first time, because it seemed normal to me, I have a fridge by my feet. So I would just, like, duck off camera and come back with this giant bottle of something, and they were like, what the fuck? Where? And see, I didn't understand what they meant, because I didn't realize it was kind of weird. Like, people, like, you know, stand up, go to the fridge. But I was too lazy for that, so I just had the fridge right next to me. It's actually even worse now. Like, now I have a microwave right next to me. I could just start making soup or something. I like to keep things close.
Accelerating. Rage at maximum.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this, chat. Why wouldn't you have a fridge under your desk? Like, what are you, stupid? No, actually orange juice. Hot Pocket. Yeah, more like, Yeah, maybe. Maybe. PV door. I should take some of these cakes. I have no food going right now.
I require more energy.
Yeah, true. Also, loud-ass microwave. And also, like, next to electronics. I had to keep, like, a safe distance away, but it's definitely there. I use it to make chili. That's pretty much what it's for. It's basically making chili.
Getting help.
Love me some chili. But yeah, since I'm like, you know, I want to eat Hot Pockets, but I know they're not good for you, so I don't. No, it's like 4 feet away from the computer. It's not close. But I also used to cook eggs next to my computer also. Like, there would have been a time where I legitimately could have just, like, leaned over off camera and just started, like, making eggs and shit.
Armor enhanced.
And I think it would have really improved the quality of the stream quite a bit. I don't do it, I don't have that now because, like, I have less space, but when I have more space, I'll go back to doing that, probably.
Is it harvest time already?
Just, like, playing games and, like, frying gigantic slabs of meat a few feet away. Feels good. They're already done. We just started tagging. We were just getting started. Don't leave now. I'm now gonna have to follow Big Pippy. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not like great with lactose. I discovered that, so I can't drink yogurt eat yogurt anymore. Kind of sucks. Yeah, we'll see. If things ever get back into the swing, I'll put Cam back and we'll do stuff. Streaming is more fun with Cam. Well, actually, this is kind of the way that it is. I'll explain this in a way, best way I know how. So, when everything's going good on stream, when you have your chat there and everything, doing anything is good. Cam, microphone, like shenanigans, like everything is just that much more fun. But when you don't have your chat and you're having a bad day and you have Cam on and things just suck, it's like worse than just not having Cam and just being on audio only. So it's like, you know, you get like this really high, it's low, you know? A BRB cigarette break. How many cigarettes have you got, lad? What tastes gross? Yogurt? Some brands are pretty bad, yeah. Well, I mean, apparently the only yogurt that is approved to not be employed by world governments to kill out the population is Greek yogurt, so if you're gonna have anything, you just go Greek. I'm gonna actually check. No, wait, our warp's up there. I might hold on. I wanted to check out their maps, but then I wouldn't be able to warp back to where I am. No, Greek, as in like it's the kind of yogurt, Greek yogurt. It's a whole category of yogurt. From Greece, dude. Greek yogurt from Greece. Oh, drinkable stuff. Oh, like, yeah, you'll play or whatever? Yeah, like, when I was a kid, sure. But a lot of that stuff is just, like, mostly sugar. Like, plain Greek yogurt tastes absolutely disgusting. That's how you know it's good for you. But yeah, well, you have to, like, put stuff in it. Like, there's no... Dude, is Greek Greece? I don't know. Yeah, dude, no, it is. But that happens a lot where, you know, it doesn't taste good, but it is good for you. Greek yogurt's one of those cases. Like, some people don't like the texture. And typically, if it's a good brand, it's not going to have, like, too much sugar in it. Because that kind of defeats the purpose. It's not exactly healthy. Well, I mean, if you put it that way, you know, every variety of something is something to do with the manufacturing process. Like, it's a different method of making it. Like, it's not like all Greek yogurts come from Greece. But, you know, they're called that. Dude, what am I fucking explaining? Why are we talking about yogurt? Am I seriously that starved for content? You know, they said BRB, but now we're all spread out. It's sort of hard to, like, find people quickly. Just go south. I guess since they're not tagging, I'll have to actually target them and see how that works out. By the gorgeous testicles of Zeus. Well, I mean, once you have an air fryer, that's kind of just like, you know, the luxury item. Everybody, and I mean everybody, Chad, is getting an air fryer. I don't know what the fuck. When did that happen? A person. I see person. Okay, he's gone. Convection oven. No, trash. I think a convection oven is a convection oven. What? I don't know. I don't know for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Like, suddenly everybody, even like people in my own family, have them. Well, no wonder I don't know where Big Pippy is. He's not even in the squad anymore. Well, since we're spread out, I'm gonna check other spots. See if we have any, like, actual groups. I don't exactly feel like rolling around in a 5-person squad who are, like, all over the map. It's not my idea of a good time. Snake 11. No, I think they work. I just... You know, I can keep up with fads, but there are a lot of fads, and... Chat, I've never even seen an air fryer. I can't even really tell you if they're real. Down with you at South Tower. I'll make this my policy. No tag. No tag, no show off. No tag, I sleep, tag, real shit. Set and forget. I sure do want to burn down my apartment. Well, I'm not really sure if I should start, like, explaining how cooking works, but it's kind of both. I mean, cooking is supposed to be like allowing nutrients to be absorbed easier. So you cook something to allow its nutrients to be, like, more easily accessible. That's why they have these theories about how human intelligence started to seriously, like, increase exponentially once we learned how to, like, use fire to cook meat. Because cooking meat allows you to, like, really get the most out of it. But then, yeah, it's also that you need to have food go to a certain temperature to kill the bacteria. So it's both. And also just because, like, things that are hot just kind of taste good. So it's a few reasons, really. But yeah, the most important reason why we started cooking food was to be able to, like, make the nutrition, like, more, like, readily accessible. Like, eating raw meat is fine, but it's not as good as actually cooking it properly. Although some people say it wasn't the fire that made humans smart, it was the fact that we started eating shit tons of psilocybin mushrooms. And that might also be the case. In fact, those two things might be true at the same time. I like the mushroom theory. It's cool. Kinda also makes sense, sort of. Kills the bad bacteria. Yeah, 9 out of 10 dentists approve. Purchased a blender. Pocket, you have so much to live for. Why would you end your life with blender-related suicide? Alright, well, it seems like the best we're going to get right now is to roll around in the squad of just whatever. Because there's actually no tags running. So this is where PvP hard mode starts. Oh. Hi, butter. No, eat it. Eat the mushroom. You don't smoke mushrooms, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't own a blender. I should get one. I kind of have an induction hot plate, and that's kind of fancy. Only issue with that though is that because it doesn't actually create like heat by itself, you need to buy like the proper like cookware. So you have to buy the thing, and then you have to buy very specific cookware for it. You can't just like put a pot on it. It has to be like a pot made of a certain material, otherwise it just doesn't heat up. But I bought it because I was like cooking around my electronics, and I'm like, I don't want to have like actual like shit going on, so induction's pretty safe. I mean, as to why I need to cook next to my computer, I don't know. I just do. I don't know. You ask a random person how magnets work. They have no idea. So if I ever have to start cooking something different, I have to buy like a whole new something. Gaming. True. I do like to like never leave my computer. I'm kind of like one of those guys. Okay, looks like we tagged up Nocturne. We're gonna just like keep shuffling off tag duty until I'm the only one left, and then I'm just gonna have no tag and die. Yeah, I'm coming back. Hopefully I make it there. Thing is, with my eating, I'm kind of stuck now. I don't know what else to eat. Because I'm kind of stuck on like a decent schedule now, but it's basically eating the same stuff every day. And it's like, well, this is not really the best thing ever. Like, I'm covering all the bases, but it gets kind of boring. And also, I think I need about like an extra couple thousand calories a week. And I don't know what to fill it with that's not just like chocolate. Because if you have to like resort to like easy calories, it's not really like a very good solution. Because if you're like missing calories, you could just have like a Kit Kat and you're like suddenly 300 more calories. Easy. That's not really what you want to do. It's not a great solution. I think magnets are harder to explain than rainbows. Rainbows are actually pretty simple to explain. I mean, I forget, but they're not actually that complicated. Oh yeah, speaking of like sponsored bullshit, I got an offer from somebody earlier today. I haven't read the email, but it was like, it's not like a bot email, like it's actually somebody who's emailing me directly. And it was because I'm playing Guild Wars. They wanted to see if I wanted to play this other MMO. And I didn't have time to read it. But I was like, this would actually be like an okay sponsorship. Like, I play MMOs. But I didn't read what it was. I wonder if it's going to be another one of those cases where it's like Guardians of Ember, where the game is going to die, and we just like take the sponsorship money and run. But I'll take it out, look at it. Actually, maybe they actually say what it is. But the game is called Big Time. Big Time. Chad, have you heard of that? Apparently it's like a shooter MMO. I never heard of it. Is it Arc Knights? No, I already quit Arc Knights. No. Yeah, I guess it's called Big Time. I'll have a look at it. I'm not against doing sponsored stuff, but there are like a lot of like shady shit out there. Like a lot of the offers you get through Stream Elements are just really bad. I actually, chat, I did hit a milestone. I got a sponsorship offership. Fuck. I got an offer to play Raid Shadow Legends. But it's not even the real one. It's like the shit through Stream Elements, so it's not even like the, you know, you do like the ad and they'll pay you like $5,000. Like, it's not even a good one. So I was like, imagine actually playing Raid Shadow Legends for a sponsorship, and then it's not even the real one. It's like the bootleg sponsorship. Raid. Dude, I played Raid. Have you guys ever played it? It's really bad. It's fucking dog shit. And this is when I was already playing gacha, and I'm like, wow, this is even worse than normal gacha. It's a Western gacha, made by a company who doesn't want to make games, they just want to make money. It is so fucking bad. Anyway, when I find out more about this thing, I'll tell you guys about it. Maybe we can do it. Because we did, this was years ago.
Target identified.
We did that sponsored stream for Guardians of Ember. And it was like 2 days, and it was fun. And then the best thing was, after 2 days, we got to quit and never come back. Like, that's the thing. You can do anything for a bit, and then you just get to walk away. That's cool. Yeah, Trash. Not even you would joke about playing Raid. Well, I know, Jarrell's. How would be the first way I would think about it? It is basically like the textbook definition of soulless. Like, there's nothing about it that's in the game because it actually makes the game better. It is just complete trash. And the worst thing is you know that they actually spent quite a bit of money to design all the characters and whatnot, but they had no intention of actually integrating the assets or writing a story or anything. There is nothing in there. It is purely just a machine to fuck people over. Because you can tell that, like, the game was expensive to make. And yet at the same time, there's no value in it whatsoever. It's like Epic 7, but like a million times worse. Ronda Rousey and Raid Shadow Legends. See, I don't even know. I don't even know. I would say sure. Sure, dude. Yeah, I played it for a day. I did a day of Raid Shadow Legends. For free. Can you imagine? Well, it reminds me of Epic 7 in the sense that it's just like very, very soulless. But Epic 7 is still better. I mean, Epic 7, at least you can play it.
Getting healthy.
I started thinking about Raid, and now I don't know what to talk about. Chat, please switch the topic for me. Just like switch that knob that has like titles on it and subjects, and we'll just switch subjects. Cool, can you send some to me?
Rage at maximum.
So you want to go full circle and start talking about why you shouldn't be drinking Pepsi? Yeah, 8 liters of Pepsi, aka the standard American diet. I drink soda so, like, rarely that it tastes really amazing. It's like your taste buds almost forgot what it was, and it's like really just fucking awesome. But you know what? 8 liters of Pepsi, did you actually know how much sugar is in that? That is essentially like just eating an entire, like, bottle of sugar. There is so much sugar in there. Like, you don't realize how diluted it is into the Pepsi. Let's switch maps. That sounds good to me. Well, if you believe in natural selection, I think you're just supposed to let people do that and just suffer the consequences. Sometimes you might be able to save somebody, but you ask yourself, why? That sounds pretty bad, actually. I don't know. It's not something I understand. I'm not like a stress eater. Like my life doesn't revolve around food. But the thing is, I know a lot of people do. And so, like, actually, a lot of people can understand the whole problem of, like, I can't stop eating. Where for me, I just can't understand it. So it's kind of hard because people are saying, like, oh, I got so stressed out and I gained all this weight. And I'm like, how? And they're like, I ate. And I'm like, why? Why? That's such a waste of time. It takes a long time to eat stuff. Like, just do other stuff. Like, this is my number one thing. I don't understand how people have enough time to eat. Chat, how do you have enough time to eat? Can you answer me that?
Do you require my assistance?
There. Target identified.
Yeah, stress eating, I wish I could understand that. Actually, if anything, I'm the opposite. When I get stressed out, I forget to eat. So yeah, I'm kind of the opposite. Like, I eat when I feel okay. When I don't feel okay, I don't eat. It's like the old switcheroo.
You've got gold, right?
Yeah, dude, it's a lot of sugar. I tell you, it's very surprising. You don't even know how much they can get into it. Apparently, sugar is just like really good at just, you know, diluting into a mixture. But if you like, yeah, evaporate all the everything else off of like a bottle of Pepsi, it's crazy how much sugar is in that bottle. Don't eat. Butter, you're like the same size as me. Last time I checked. I'm the same size. Well, that's kind of when you realize it, Trash. Like, I don't know what it is. I think I have like really bad warning systems. Generally, I get really hungry, thirsty, or tired when I'm beyond the point where I should have done something about it. So it's like, yeah, start getting a headache and you realize, oh shit, I haven't drank water for like 18 hours, or I didn't eat anything today. And you're like, whoops. Whoops! Oh fuck, a Zerg. Oh my god, Ripper Golems. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I wish. It's true. It's true. I need about like 40 pounds to like look actually good. I was doing okay for a while, but then like life got really hard. And then I stopped having... I basically stopped worrying about food because there was like things to worry about more of, and now it's kind of whatever.
There's the power.
I think the best I got to was like 140 pounds. I was like, damn, this shit's working out. And then like life stuff happened and I lost it. Yeah, McDonald's maxing. I want to be healthy though. Like, gaining weight's not difficult. Gaining weight, like, and not being unhealthy, that's more of a challenge. What about Gundam? Wait. Sorry, I'm just kind of blanking out right now. I thought about how I should be eating and realized I should be eating.
Eat that!
I would... Dude, stop it! I just said. I'll eat later. Maybe I'll start eating mattresses like those nutcases on TLC. there's a solution. You just like eat at the same time every day, whether you feel like it or not. But it's like, it's kind of a cold day in hell when it's like you're having a meal and you don't even enjoy it. It's like one of life's few pleasures and you don't get to really enjoy it. That's kind of sad. Who ate diapers trash? Why do you say the worst fucking things? I'm not sure whether it was you or Cherry, but you guys got the phrase crunchy diaper stuck in my vernacular for the rest of my fucking life, and I hate it. I hate the mental image. It's the worst thing you could. It's so fucking bad. Well, there's also that guy that there's also that guy that ate an airplane. Like, it took him a year, but he just ate airplane parts until he was done eating the airplane.
Accelerating.
Which I guess works because if you eat enough iron, it'll just pass through your system. But I don't know how the fuck. Like, how do you actually disassemble an airplane to the point where you could actually eat it? Like, it sounds really difficult. No, I don't want to know. I was just like bringing it up because it's just an example of shit that Trash does, but I didn't want to start actually talking about it.
Part of a volcano.
Anyway, so people like eat some really strange stuff. But yeah, I kind of have to stop because like now I'm thinking about like other terrible shit. Dude, this team fight. I wanted to have a fight finally. This is not the fight that I wanted to take. This is pretty bad. I'm just gonna walk away. Get my health back, come back, try again. I could have made better use of my spin, but I keep forgetting I have it because I went so many days just using Core Necro. Okay, there's our tag. He seems to be the only one left. Okay. I'm gonna go. People eat inedible things. I don't know if there's a name for it. I'm not sure if anybody stopped and actually like try to put a word to that. I got a phrase for it. Brain damaged. Dude, I gotta stop thinking about it. Because it's like, wait, just like, do I eat anything I'm not supposed to eat? And I'm like, there's no actual benefit to being on this topic. Like, chat's not going to actually love you for like continuing to bring this shit up. Dude, that ball has not gotten any smaller. This is pretty bad. Is it actually called that? That seems kind of like somewhat too simple. Oh god, there's so many, dude. That dude ain't no way. I should have left when I had the chance. Because I don't have the trade for Auto Stride now, so I only have one chance. Any masturbators in chat? Like, you know, really accomplished fishermen? Yeah, I would have expected to be some, like, horrendous, like, Greek amalgamation word that has, like, 7 syllables. But it's just called Pika. Pikachu. Anyway, chat. Just like me, it's sort of up to you to forget as best you can, you know? Anyway, new topic, chat. Not that, something else. Anybody gonna start playing this game with me? Anybody? No? Oh, okay. Guess I could go back and just until they stop fighting it. I thought the tag died, but they might have actually died and come back. I'm just not really sure how we're supposed to like manage ourselves with 7 people against The whole squad. Speaking of Olive Garden, I'm getting hungry again. I didn't miss anything today. When I'm done stream, I'm gonna have a shit ton of beans. Beans, what the fuck? I like beans, I still do. Yeah, I'm not transferring to EU, sorry. This man's eating beans. Imagine going to Cars 2. Like, imagine actually first going to Cars 2, and then imagine eating beans. Hey, we're actually not doing too bad. Time to clean. The advantage of Reaper Shroud, actually able to do shit.
I require more energy.
That's what we get when we never give up. Yes, well done, Fwens. I sure like having this great friendship. Yeah, I don't know how we got that. I guess we just didn't, you know, let them get in. It's as simple as that, chat. This is how you defend a siege. You just don't, you just don't let them in. Just keep the door closed. Man. No food. What's the trait of spherified cilantro oyster? What the fuck? What is that? 66 chance of still life on. Oh, it's one of those. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah, just close the door. How, dude? How is getting raided by the Mongols a real thing? Just close your gates. They'll never. They'll never get you. Dude. No, World v World seems pretty good. I mean, Isle of Janther is not even like a really strong World v World server, and I never really had that much trouble finding stuff. I mean, going into a mode and expecting it to be like a full squad every minute of the day, that's kind of unrealistic. The fact that there's always stuff going on at prime time means that it's active enough. So, you know, it's honestly, just because it's not perfect doesn't mean that it's not good. Selly food, like, how much is stats? Oh, $45 attributes. Well, I mean, I am running like a lot of celestial stuff, but it's not really like helping my build out so much. I need lots of power and armor. I honestly think I'm going to switch to, if I stay on Reaper for a long time, I'm going to actually see if I can get maybe a Marauder set. The only problem is I've been choosing all celestial stuff this time, and it's not going to be easy to swerve into another set of Ascended. So maybe what it'll be is when I get the legendary armor, I'll just trade it into Marauder. And then kind of slowly make the transition back towards more power-based stuff. I mean, I could just use Berserker, but it's honestly a little bit too...
Target identified.
This is a little rough. I mean, I know some people do run Berserker in World v World, but it seems like really risky. Home BL went outnumbered, did it? Well, that's cool. Imagine going to the desert. Yeah. This guy been following me around. I don't play this mode. The tag does not play this mode. Yeah, sounds about right. Dude, look at that color combo. Look at it. Listen, dude, how'd you find me? You're like one of 4 people who just found me. Is this honestly the state of Guild Wars 2 on Twitch that my dog shit content gets found by randos? Unbelievable, dude. Anyway, subscribe to my OnlyFans. Oh, your hat. Ah. Okay. Well, then I guess that means 3 people. Still quite a bit. Desert Black. Yes, my favorite MMO, Desert Black. It's right up there with 14 Final Fantasy. And War Stars, the Republic of New.
Getting healthy.
Iceman sent me some Lunar gift boxes today. Just some pocket change, nothing serious. What happened to my weapon? Oh, whoops. I accidentally stayed on my Gimp build. This is like hybrid healer berserker. As in like terrible. Sorry, I actually need to get out of combat. This is really bad.
What a pleasant surprise.
This is really bad. Black Desert's still getting updates. That company is working on Crimson Desert now. There's something funny about how I saw Crimson Desert around the same time that I started seeing Final Fantasy 16. It's funny how they look kind of similar. Wait, no, I'm not Core Necro. Yeah, and then this 10. Yeah. I'm not going to go into a siege with that gear set on. That's pretty bad. No second weapon. Half Berserker. Half, like, toughness, fatality, healing power. I don't think so. Sounds kind of bad. Yeah, they got a new class. They probably have a lot at this point. It's kind of like how Vindictus started with 2 classes. Now they have, like, 15. Actually, more surprising how Vindictus still hasn't gone EOS. The game launched before T.H.A.R, and it's lasted longer than T.H.A.R. Anyway, so Black Desert didn't necessarily have a lot of classes. I think they actually have a lot now, though. Unfortunately, and Top Hat knows this better than anybody, imagine playing Black Desert. Yeah, it's Cacao. Also, I'm not sure if it's the same studio, but Cacao also has this thing... Did you guys see these trailers at the Game Awards, WvW? It's basically an MMO where you play as like an elementary school kid. Now, elementary school kids aside, the game actually looks fucking sick. If you haven't seen the trailer, you should have a look at it. It's really... We definitely never seen that shit before. Also, they came out of the fucking hive. Nice. I didn't want to spin. Who wants to spin? Oh, they're all dead. Whoops. What would be the advantage of playing on a private server? Like different drop rates or whatever? Like, because the game is so Korean that playing the actual real server is like too much mind-numbing grind. So I'm not sure of the exact, like, who's producing, who's deving, but I just know that there's been some stuff coming out of the names behind Black Desert, which was Crimson Desert and WvW. The games seem like they've been like multiple years away for multiple years, which could be a good sign. Could be a good sign. Pico School. No, I think it's like this. It's like this. WvW. They could have come up with a better name. But there's been like 2 trailers. I say check it out. It's pretty wacky. It looks like it might be like a lot of fun to play for like a little bit. Because it seems like so unique that you could just get in and like see what's going on for a few weeks. And it might be like really memorable, but then like any other game from them, you wouldn't want to like actually play it for a long time. Free pearls, free costumes. My brother, I just remember back to actually like when I played Black Desert up to like 57 or whatever, or like wherever the MSQ stops and you have to start grinding. And I had a character I liked, and I had a costume I liked, and I saw the whole world. And I was always asking myself, I wish this game was better. I wish this was a game where you could play and actually feel like you're not just like a bot. it's kind of sad. Like, in so many ways, Black Desert was way ahead of its time. And then on the other side, it's a Korean game, so it's like, you rip and you know, rip. It's like you had so much potential. And I never even got to the point in the game where like the really like horrible grind sets in. I tried to see like all the best parts. Unfortunately, you don't really get to do the last of the story without doing a bunch of grinding, so I never actually saw very much of the desert itself. So I never really saw the eastern part of the map, and I never really saw the islands and stuff that's like the northern part of it. Never saw any of that. But I pretty much saw everything else.
Don't get burned.
My brother, get out of my castle. I'm kind of afraid we're going to have the same enhancement problems with Blue Protocol. Because the way they're talking about it seems like the kind of like, you know, buy cash up items to increase your chances of getting like critical enhancement up and stuff like that. And it's like, oh shit, here we go again.
Armor enhanced.
And it's kind of sad because it's a Japanese game. Like, why does it have to take like the worst stuff?
Accelerating.
Like RNG-based enchantments that get rate increases off of cash up items is probably like the worst thing. Especially if a game has a PvP mode.
You're okay. Stay with me.
Getting healthy.
Yeah, we got some rules in this castle. Rule 1, fucking die. As long as you follow those rules, you're good. I think I saw a video of people doing the boats once. Looked kind of funny. I wish I had tried it once. But it did honestly kind of feel like a sightseeing tour. Because all you would do is you would just, you know, hit the waypoint and then your horse would take you to where you need to go and you would just see the world, kill some monsters, try to follow the story even though it's impossible to follow the story because it's just, what the fuck. There's actually like quite a bit of MSQ in Black Desert and I actually don't remember any part of it at all. Like none. It's really weird. Like, I wonder if anybody actually knows Black Desert's story. Because it seems like a game that they put a lot of work into doing the lore, and then they put no work into actually, like, making a story that follows you through the world. It seems like very half-finished. Like, there's some guy who wrote all the lore, and he has, like, this amazing story in his head, and then they just use none of it. Well, it's almost worse than it not existing is that they tried, and they have potential, and they just didn't use any of it. So you're like going through the world, and I would stop at places in the world, and I would say, wow, this is like really nice, like what a nice like bit of architecture or like map design, and like, oh, this is really cool. And then you spend 2 minutes there, and there's some bullshit story, and then you're gone, and then you never have any reason to ever go back there ever again. There's just something like really depressing about that. Yeah, if you need one person to cover all the lore. Every game has one person, at least. There's like a few channels that cover Guild Wars' lore. It's funny, I actually know Guild Wars' lore pretty well. But for a lot of people, it actually falls into the same category that like people play Guild Wars and they never remember any of the story. I've gone through like several parts of this game with Wiz, and I could never ask Wiz about any part of the story.
There's the power.
And I think I've actually done the whole story like twice. So that's like the only reason I have a chance of remembering some of it. But I don't remember anything from Guild Wars 1. I have no memory of that, even though I did the whole story there too. I wish I could have got to the part in Guild Wars 1 where they explained why the fuck Sylvari exist. But I think we all know the answer to that question. Dude, he sees a child and then he just thinks Lalafell. I'm not worried because even though it's an MMO where you play as a child, there seems to be like zero interest in like sexualizing them. So it's like, okay, it's just an MMO about being a kid doing kid stuff. Like fighting enemies with like rocket launchers and fireworks and doing skateboard tricks and shit like that. And it's like, okay. It's like you can make a game about playing as a kid and not be weird. In fact, it's honestly not that hard, you know? Just, you know, kids are kids. So that kind of surprised me. That's kind of why it was so unique, you know? It's like you haven't really had a game like that. Very few. Yeah, start with Amnesia. The laziest start to any story you possibly could have. And I'm not even sure, like, the whole game, you're, like, sure that the spirit is evil. And then I don't even remember if there was ever any conclusion to that, where there was any kind of twist. Or if it just turns out that, yeah, he was evil.
Until we converse again.
Also, I think that they changed the lore a few times, because I've gone through the game several times over the years, like the start, and the start always seems to be so different. Like, I think they've changed some of the quests around a few times. Yeah, like, especially for an MMO, it looks pretty sick as far as, like, how it looks, how it moves. I mean, we haven't seen really any real gameplay trailers yet. I mean, who knows? The game might be vaporware, but... it's just something that I think about now and again. Like, there's that game will eventually come out, and then I'll have to try it. Yeah, nobody died here. Some people usually... yeah, no deaths. The Guild War... the actual Guild Wars happened... it definitely happened before this game. I'm not sure if it happened before Guild Wars 1. But there was actually an event in this game called the Guild Wars, and it's part of the actual lore. But we don't experience it in the game, like it was way before this game started. At the end of the MSQ for the original, like 1.0, T.H.A.R says something about the Guild Wars, and I forget what he said.
What do you need?
It's sort of hard to listen to T.H.A.R talk about anything. Yeah, you think it'd be called Guild Wars because you make guilds in these games, and like if anything, chat, you think the Guild Wars would be describing this mode because this is the mode where you have guilds and you go to war. But the Guild Wars has nothing to do with this mode. This is the Mist War. We're fighting in the mists. This has nothing to do with Guild Wars. It's so fucking confusing. Rabadon's Wall, dude, are you kidding me? I hope it's not 3 years. I would like to see the new mode soon. What's the joke? It's going to be 3 years away every 3 years. By the time they actually release it, I might have a chance of being good at this mode. Anyway, unfortunately, I don't think Crimson Desert is actually going to be an MMO. I think it's actually going to be like an RPG. To be honest, that might actually be good. Maybe if they just focus on making a game and not on making like a game that good work on current architecture, it might end up being playable. However, the game looks visually really sick, but even in the trailers, the lag was present, so maybe not. There's just something about Korean games where they can't get the details down right. They have like amazing ideas, but it just ends up jank as fuck. When have you guys ever played a Korean game that has ever worked correctly? If you say Maple Story, I'm gonna punch you in the foot. Not once. I'm trying to think of one. I can't. Like, I liked T.H.A.R fairly well, but it was jank as fuck, and so was Blade and Soul. They both ran off of Unreal 3. And they just couldn't make that shit work. And there's a lot of MMOs in Korea that never get brought over here, like a lot. And they're all jank. I've seen videos. Like if you watch, anybody watch Steparu? Yeah, no. FF14 works correctly. FF14 is extremely polished. There's issues with things you can't do in the game, but everything that they've made available to do works perfectly. Like, their QA is fucking insane. But they're held back by the fact that they're on an engine that they don't want to be on. And that might actually haunt them till the end of time. The FF14 that we could have had, if they had a proper engine from the start, would have actually been, like, even way better than it is now. So, FF14 works great. And, you know, tons of single-player games work perfectly well. Like, what's a good example? Okay, well, there's actually tons of examples, but MMOs, like, a lot of them were released with very little QA. It seems to be, like, even more so than other genres, that a lot of them were just jank, and people grew to accept that. And, if, you know, if the player base accepts things, then the devs probably won't step out too far to try and fix anything. So we just sort of accept jank as, like, a sort of a part of the experience. Shouldn't use a controller? In which game? I'm not sure what you mean, but I tried controller for like a few days in 14, but I actually couldn't do it because I've been playing keyboard for years, and it actually just felt really wrong. And back then, I wasn't sure that playing controller was a good thing, but then we started to realize that like there wasn't really any appreciable difference between the skill levels of people who use keyboard, mouse, and controller. So the game is actually like perfectly fine for both. It's honestly just like whatever you want. Because I always thought, like, the meme was always just like, you playing controller, you suck. But actually, there's not really any difference.
An ocean trench.
Although, the cross hotbar system means you couldn't actually see as many skills at once unless you changed it. But for some reason, people who are really good at the game didn't seem to have a problem memorizing their cooldowns.
It's not time for it.
So it was just, I guess it was just something that was hard for me to do. No, Trash, you have to relearn the story. Actually, you have to learn the story, and then I'll quiz you on it. I will see you after class. You're the furthest thing from a murder hobo that there is. In fact, there's several cases in the game where your character gets like PTSD from having to kill stuff. So, the Warrior of Light is definitely a well-handled character. I don't know if they could handle that character archetype any better, because you have to somehow make a compelling story out of a character that has no personality. That's difficult to do. They run into that challenge with visual novels, and they run into that challenge with MMOs where it's kind of like, make your own story. But they managed to basically do it as good as they could the whole way through. Like, the Warrior of Light is, like, sympathetic, and he's badass, but he's also caring and thoughtful. Like, they managed to, like, jam all the traits in without actually having him say a word. Like, that's actually quite difficult to do. Heaven's Word of 14? So you must still be on the trial, right? Chat, did they extend the trial to go up to Stormblood, or is it now still, like, end of Heavensward? There's still, like, a lot of the game you can do and not pay for it.
Attack my target.
The last time I checked, end of Heavensward was at the end of the trial, right? Yeah, Guild Wars Commander... well, I said the Guild Wars Commander does what they need to do, but I don't think the Guild Wars Commander is nearly as strong of a character as the Warrior of Light, even if they're voiced, because it seems like our personality does change depending on who's writing the story. Like, I can feel the hand of the writer behind the character in Guild Wars 2 more than I can feel it in 14. And that might not bother some people, but I do notice it. But to be honest, compared to a lot of games, the Guild Wars Commander is competent and interesting, and is like a good centerpiece for everything. Like, it's actually not too bad at all. Having a voiced main character in an MMO is quite rare. But yeah, when it's time to murder dragons, we do murder dragons. But as time goes on, our character is actually becoming less bloodthirsty, because they're trying to write storylines that are like less violent and divisive. And so now it's like, oh boo, who killed the dragon? So that's definitely happened. Okay, this seems kind of bad. So not yet, but soon. The way the game is, they'll have to keep extending the trial because there's going to be more and more expansions. And then eventually they're going to have to do like a content squish. Because the game is sort of becoming like a lot to have to do to get to endgame. Guild Wars 2 actually handles it a pretty good way where you basically choose your story after the main game. Actually, you choose your story from the start. If you're at the right level, you can start any expansion you want. So they could do a mode like this. The problem is that they're so committed to their idea of the story-based MMO that I don't think they want to undermine their own like narrative, like linear narrative progression. So hard to say what they decide on doing. There's a lot of options. I hope they pick a good one. Hap said that they might just lower the starter level for many expansions, and then once you get to a level, you can just skip ahead to a new expansion. Not a perfect solution. There's a chance they might do that, though.
Creature, I'll let you die.
Yeah, or boost. But, you know, I don't like boosting. At least not for your first time. Most boosters in 14 are people who are boosting their second character. So that actually says a lot. It's not actually... It's more popular among people who are already into the game and just want to get a new character to endgame, or a second character to endgame, than it is for people who don't know anything about the game, pick it up, don't want to do the story, and then skip the endgame. Yeah, so the first case is more common than the second. Yeah, all the dragons are dead. I don't know where they're going to go with this game's story. There's a lot of places we could go. Like, there's a huge amount of... I keep going to the map. But, like, beyond the T.H.A.R Highlands, or the T.H.A.R lands, there's, like, a bunch of territory. Like, we could go places, but here's the problem. We're now out of ideas that were mentioned, at least in a major fashion, in the first story. We've gone to all the lands that have been explored in the first game, so now they have to do something new with the staff they have now. Hope we go to Isle of Janther, so suddenly our server can be relevant again. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying there's nothing. I'm not as familiar with the lore to say that there's nothing that they can do. But nothing stands out to me as being a really obvious thing. Like, in 14, I can name, like, 5 places we could go for the next expansion. We could go... Actually, there's several more than that. Maricidia, New World, further east, other shards, other planets, because we went to, like, other planets in Endwalker, so they've now opened it up, like, there's other stars. So they'll never run out of anything for 14. For Guild Wars, nothing stands out to me as being very interesting. But more important than that is I don't know if I trust the staff. Because they're not exactly running with their best guys right now. And they didn't even really want to do End of Dragons. So, hard to say. The future of this game is quite up in the air. Thank God it works well the way it is. We could probably play Guild Wars for another 5 years with, like, no content, and it wouldn't be, like, terrible. But then one day it would be terrible. One day it would be terrible. Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to Living Story. I just want to see if they can improve on End of Dragon, because I was just not impressed with the story this time around.
Rage at maximum.
So, Isle of Janther, sure. So where else will we go? Where's, like, a really obvious place that would give us, like, an extra, you know, 10 maps? Yeah, but I mean, the expansion wasn't good enough to justify, like, how much delaying they did. It's just, I'm kind of concerned. We'll see if they can set up a new plot line. You see, FF14 has the same issue right now. They've sort of reached the end of the 10-year thing. It's like we had our Avengers Endgame moment. And now we have to start over with, like, new threads that are going to build up to something that's actually, like, substantial again one day. And as a long-time player, you're going to worry that you don't want the game to have peaked. Because Endwalker was good, and not many people will debate that. It was a good finale. But it was so good to the point that we're like, well, this might have been the peak of the game. Like, we might look back and think, yeah, the end of Endwalker was like the point where everything was the best. And then we never got to those heights again. That's not a good thought to have. And so the first thing you want to see is you want to see a promising, like, just a small promising point that it's like, okay, we're going to start a new story. And don't worry, we know we still have ideas. For 6.1, I was kind of nervous because I didn't like where they were going with it. 6.2 was a little bit better. So I'm not too afraid about 14 right now. I think they're going to be on the right track. Guild Wars, I don't have that, you know, I don't have that feeling yet. It'll be a little while before they had new story content, and we'll see.
This is rather rare.
The Void. That's funny. In 14, we're also dealing with the Void right now. The 13th shard. I thought the expansion was going to be us going to the Void and, like, purifying it. And then we could have had, like, a bunch of new Void maps in 14. Because they're starting to show that the Void in 14 is actually quite varied. So it wouldn't just all be, like, several maps of World of Darkness. They could make some cool maps in the Void. But now everyone's saying, like, no, we're gonna like, finish up the Void storyline, and then we're gonna go to Marasidia. And it's like, already? So the Void's just gonna be kind of like a detour? Like, I was sure we were gonna have a whole expansion there. But anyway, I mean, I guess there's been sort of like hints dropped that I have missed. Because I'm not like watching every interview, and I'm not like scrutinizing all the dialogue and all these things. Yeah, but see, the Rake, that was not really a smart move. It doesn't seem that way now, because it seems like a lot of the stuff we're doing now is not going to be related to... Unless the stuff in the Void actually spills over to, like, the source. Like, let's say we do some stuff there in the post-quests, and then it sets up the conflict of actually... It actually sets up the conflict of 7.0. We don't actually resolve the Void shit in the post-quests. It's just that was kind of the starter for it to spill over into actual, like, real-world stuff. So, like... What's his name? Golbez? Or who they suspect? Like, that shit starts affecting the source. And then we have a reason to go to the homeland of the dragons for some reason, you know? So if that's the way that it's going, sure. Oh, I'm with the wrong group. No, I guess we're kind of going to the same spot. It just wouldn't make sense to me to like have the storyline wrap up and then do something new in 7.0. It would feel kind of dumb. Because it makes it feel like they're just buying time. And I guess this is also the only point in 14's history where I have no idea what I'm talking about because I haven't done the new story yet. It's like I felt like really... It's like I really shouldn't talk about it because I don't have the... I don't have the info. Anyway, it's whatever. We'll see. Nah, little bro. I guess I am a streamer. The point is kind of just talk about shit that you don't know anything about, so that people will listen to you. They have proven that the best way to get chat to talk is to say, like, really just untrue, stupid bullshit, because then everybody will rush to correct you. I mean, look, every time I say something about Guild Wars and I'm wrong, chat just comes out like, oh, what the fuck, dude? Guardians can't use pistol? What the fuck are you talking about? But that's wrong, you fucking artard. What are you saying? My source is I made it the fuck up. I mean, because that's sort of like my new viewers for Guild Wars came from, was that I was like talking about some stuff and they came in and like, what the fuck is this Papega saying? And they would like get into a conversation. Like, I noticed that about 14 also, that if I spent a lot of time mentoring people and just like talking about stuff I knew and sounded like a smartass know-it-all, it's like people were less likely to talk than when I was in a situation where I was getting absolutely fucked and didn't know what was going on and was just saying a bunch of shit. You know? Like, the mentor roulette streams were fun, but there actually wasn't a lot of new chat then because it was basically just like styling on Sprouts, which was like in bad taste.
Rage at maximum.
But, chat, you start sucking at a game. Remember that one Warframe stream I did where everybody was like coming out of the woodworks to like tell me how to play the game? And I was like, who are you people? I just got here. Uh-oh. I lost the group. Well, it's actually like a delicate balance. If you suck so bad that it's just kind of sad and not entertaining, then it's nothing. But if you have a good sense of humor about it, then that's okay. But if you're good at the game and you act like you're good at the game, then you might seem arrogant and no one wants to watch you. But then if you get even better than that, you become a god who just people want to watch because you're just a god. So there's several like places along the track that you can be where it sucks. So being really bad and really good can actually be like beneficial. When you're average, it's not even any fun. And no one likes to know it all. And I am one. But it's actually just because I legit just want to know it all. Like, I don't want to flex. I actually just want to know things and have a huge brain. Can I be God if you finish your broccoli, son? Oh yeah, should be building. In fairness, it wasn't just me that time, but yeah, I was holding supply. Yeah, so now, all the supply is mine. But we have no more rams, so. Yeah, broccoli is actually good. What's the worst veg? Chat, what's the worst vegetable? Let me think. Beans, like green beans. Radish? Yeah. What's the worst vegetable? Cauliflower? Actually, here's the thing. I don't know how chat feels about this, but raw cauliflower with like a dipping sauce or whatever, that's cool. But if you cook cauliflower and you don't like use the right ingredients to like spruce it up, it's fucking dog shit. Like a bad cauliflower is like hell on earth.
Synergy is beautiful.
Veggigate. Veggigate? I just started.
Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
Like, it's funny how a lot of vegetables are actually like really tolerable when they're raw and you have like a dip with them. But once you start cooking vegetables, if you don't actually like prepare them, like or like make a sauce or like season them or like get the temperature and the cooking time correctly, like if you don't actually know what you're doing, it makes them worse than if they were just raw. Like a lot of vegetables are ruined for people because they don't eat them when they're prepared correctly.
Accelerating.
Anyway, I'm not sure potato counts as a vegetable, but if you have a potato the wrong way, fucking sucks. Like you try to cook it and it's like still kind of raw. Ugh, terrible. But I'm not sure if you count potato as a vegetable. What's that? Blue. Blue babadi babadai. So, plus 5 supply? 21? No, 16. Yeah, well, you're not supposed to eat raw potato. Like, I don't... Raw potato is terrible. Like, you can't even make an argument for it. The texture's bad. The consistency is bad. The flavor's bad. It's been a long time since I had beets. Beets are very strong, though. You gotta be careful. You can ruin a dish if you don't get the balance right. What the fuck is this catapult position? Dude, this is a leaning tower of catapults. Imagine this is your siege contingency. What deep fry food's probably the worst? Okay, this is not an answer anybody's going to agree with, but one time I had donuts that were like cooked in a really terrible oil, and I got sick off them, and now I low-key hate the idea of having like fried donuts. But honestly, besides that, I like fried almost anything. I just don't eat it because I'm boring health nut. The slaves. Can you fucking dude. They needed the Egyptians to erect that siege. No, it's not that I would like baked donuts, it's that you have like the worst version of something one time and then it ruins like an ordinarily good thing. It's like if you have bad sushi, you'll never want to actually have good sushi. Stepmaster. Fuck, dude. Fuck. I've never seen such a Papago location. It almost kind of works, but it doesn't. It's like it's hard to get to, but it's also hard to defend, and if you fall, you're fucked. I wish that had been our siege. I wish that had been our plan. How much? 2 minutes. Dude. I wish if you were an Asura mechanist, you could ride your golem. There is no authentic timey roleplay experience in this game, and that's a huge problem. And as Asura, you can summon golems, but you can't ride them. You can get in one, or you can control one remotely, but you can't ride on the shoulders of your golem.
Part of a volcano.
Pre-order cancelled. Fucking trash game. Yeah. Why did I say nya? Yeah, I actually never had sushi. I'm afraid because I want to have the best one, because again, I know that if it's bad, it'll ruin it. But sushi's kind of a luxury around here. It's not really something that is around like a lot, and a lot of it's bad. Like store-bought stuff, like please.
There's the power.
Fried wings. I've only ever had baked wings, I think. Jeez, fried dog shit. I mean, I guess a good start would be fried dog shit. That doesn't sound very good. Honestly, I don't have an answer, but I will say, yeah, the fried donuts, or if something is fried so much that they don't like get the oil off of it, and you're eating something and it drips oil, that's fucking awful. That's really bad. But anyway, yeah, I don't have like a really amazing answer. I'm not very much of a food guy. I tend to just sit around and just waste away. I don't eat very much. Crusty dog shit. Don't start. Oh wait, you're new. Chat. Has it been long enough? Can I say the magic words again, or is it just too disgusting? Don't do it, chat. I know you're working up to it. Don't fucking say don't fucking say it.
Accelerating.
Oh, you were here. Okay, so you heard it. I thought someone was just like gonna accidentally say the thing they were not supposed to say.
Oh, I know of a good use for this.
Dude, I'm weak. You know what's really good and you can't get around here is mochi. If you want to get mochi around here, you have to like order it in from like far away, and it's way too expensive. But if I could buy mochi here, I would eat it all the time. Nah, you're all... Shut his babies. Okay, this time I will help. How are my siege passives today, anyway? Oh, this would be a good chance to actually start leveling up more siege passives. But gravel shot is not really important for walls, is it? You can't exactly bleed a wall. Jerails, you motherfucker! I looked away. For 1 second. Whatever, I'm over it. I'm over it. It's not funny anymore. So, what does the gravel shot do? It says that gravel shot now applies bleeding. I didn't realize, is gravel shot the normal ability? It shoots gravel. Really? I did. Really? I just didn't take it a while ago because it seems like it wouldn't be so useful. You can't exactly make a wall bleed. I mean, you can make a wall bleed in FF14. You can actually, chat, in FF14 you can poison a wall. You can poison a wall. Oh, like in front of it? Oh, yeah, I definitely have to try it. Yeah, it probably would be really rare because you'd have to be on the catapult and getting rushed, I guess. So you just like launch some shit in front of you. I mean, at least that's an option. I mean, the flame ram has the flame AoE, but the thing is, you do use that against the door. At least I think you do. You're supposed to, right? You're supposed to use fire and, you know, and the ram. Oh, so it's just like it's power crept by its actual like real ability. Shit sucks. What are the other abilities? It's like increased AoE. And then there's more damage at 25. I should go for that. And, oh, the dome. Shit, that's important. I thought the dome was coming from people. I didn't realize it was coming from the catapult. Yeah, I'll need to probably spend some time grinding out that. I also kind of want the increased like damage to guards and stuff like that, but I don't know. There's a few things I want. Yeah, dots are terrible, sure. I guess that's also a good point that if you're getting swarmed by a Zerg, it's not like bleeding is going to save you. You want to get like damage or disengage. Trash unintentionally says something smart. Holy shit. Or maybe intentionally. Maybe he plays this game.
Never felt better.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Chat. Yoda cock and ball torture. Crush my cock with a rock I must. Maximum pain I must endure. Okay, here we go. Fuck, man, it's the funniest thing I ever heard in my whole life. No shit. Yeah, you can remove the dot. You will remove the dot. I kind of started to notice it too. I was like casting a bunch of dots on the enemy party, and I look away for a sec, and then look back, and then all the dots were gone. I was like, okay. I know nobody laughed at that, but I need to clip that and send that to Top Hat. I think the Yoda cock and ball thing is like the funniest. I think he said he laughs every time. Yeah, cleansing. No, they're trying to reinforce, like, this is like a purpose, like a purposeful design choice by ANET. They wanted to let people know that you need to like actually like bathe and cleanse yourself. Because this mode is full of sweaty gamers, so it was kind of like their PSA. It's important to cleanse yourself in-game and out-of-game. Otherwise, you are a degenerate scumlord. Well, like, you know, in 14, you can Esuna off debuffs one at a time. So that's not really a game where you really focus too much on removing a shit ton of dots. There's one example where if you get hit by bad breath from a Moorball, that's like the only time where like you really start to feel status effects. But like every second of this game in a Zerg, you're getting hit by bad breaths. So it would make sense that there has to be like a pretty robust system of like getting that shit off your party. But yeah, if you ever want to know what playing Zerg in Guild Wars 2 is like, it's like getting hit by bad breath in 14 constantly. And then the dots don't tick every 3 seconds, they tick constantly. Now what's the timer? 30 seconds.
Getting healthy.
Oh, you used that Superbolide macro. That is probably the best macro I've ever seen.
Getting healthy.
I mean, it's too much work for me. I just move my mouse down and just right-click it off.
What a pleasant surprise.
I don't want to bother my healer with like a bunch of chat macros. I just click it off and don't say anything. It's more polite that way. Imagine you take the effort to become a mentor in 14 and then you go into Novice Network chat and you hand out that macro to all the tanks and just say use the Sun Gunbreaker. And you were just the worst piece of shit. That's honestly the only way that Novice Network is like amusing at all, is to like intentionally give bad advice and watch the lifers just cope and seethe and report you. Okay, we're switching to my favorite map. Click at half all time. Okay, how much worse can it get? I mean, being a mentor in 14 is such a meme. Like, nobody appreciates you anyway. Like, it's no wonder people, like, abuse their shit. Maybe if it was, like, a real system. Maybe it's, like, maybe the 100th time I've had this argument. Maybe if mentoring was a real system in 14 that meant something, people would actually feel, like, obligated or, like, incentivized to be nice and give real advice and not just, like, be angry at the fact that they work for the crown and everybody actually hates them more for putting the crown on. I'm not bitter, chat. You're bitter. I have the Astrope. I'm not mad. You're mad. I wonder what title they're going to give for the ultimate this time.
Seize the moment.
What is something that kind of fits with Omega? Maybe like Universal Legend. Something to do with space. Galaxy Brain. That'd be a good one. Yeah, it's the Omega Protocol is coming out tomorrow. It's not just gonna be Omega from the raids, it's gonna be like all the bosses from all the Omega fights. It's gonna be a huge clusterfuck. You know, it just seems like yesterday when we had Thornton. Like, that just... I can't believe how fast time goes. No, it'll be like years before we have the weapon ultimates. They have a lot of ideas. They could do Nier Ultimate. Dude, fucking Nier Ultimate. Bring back the man himself. Dude, it'd be terrible. But they could do, like, Ivalice Ultimate. If they do Warren Triad Ultimate, they'll have to fit Kefka in there somewhere. And they'll do, like, the weapons Ultimate, like Ruby Weapon, Emerald Weapon, they'll do, like, all that. Like, they have lots of stuff to go with. Four Lords Ultimate. Gaius Van Balsar Ultimate. I think the most amusing one out of that might be Nier Ultimate. But the more I say, people like got really high expectations after seeing Thornton. Because they kind of like showed they were willing to bend the rules a bit more, and now everyone's like, oh, they can just do whatever they want. No, they're not afraid of anything now. Well, you know, the Nier raids made Nier canon to 14. Like, Nier Ultimate's gonna make Nier canon to, like, 14 plus actual real life. If you think about it, the Nier raids in 14 were actually, like, a canonical ending to Drakengard. It's so fucking wild, dude. He doesn't even, like, end the story in his own game. He ends it in an MMO crossover. There are no rules. I don't know if they're comfortable doing anything. As far as Ultimate goes, they don't need to necessarily stick to any rules. I mean, the most important rule is to get it out on time and to make it new and challenging for, like, the very few people who are going to do it. There aren't really that many more things they have to worry about. Because this is like the specific content they're using to appease a very small portion of the player base. And so it is for that content, and only that content, actually relevant to listen to the people who wish that, you know, the whole game was, like, focused around raids. Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, come on. It was such good publicity for the game. It's worth it to do really, like, high budget ultimates. Because even if you're not doing it, I mean, imagine people who are not raiding anyway, they wouldn't care one way or the other whether there was an ultimate or not. It actually just makes for something fun to watch and talk about. I mean, that's just my opinion. I mean, that's just how I feel about it, but honestly, the more of this stuff, the better. I mean, there is also the other part of me that just wishes raiders would get fucked and stop being so entitled. But I'm kind of more on the other side these days. Chat, we're kind of losing our squad here, dude. It is 7 in the evening, my fellows. My darlings, where is my content? Shiva Ultimate. I don't know about that. Shiva would come back in Eden Ultimate. Hey chat, imagine Eden Ultimate. The Primals remixed again. We already had Uwu, now we have Uwu 2 Primal Boogaloo with Eden Ultimate. The Epic of Eden. Okay, I'm gonna die, but it's at least, you know, do some damage. We have a squad of 4 against the entire world. You see, yeah, the Reaper charge actually is really, it's really good. Now that I'm not colliding with people all the time, it's useful. I'm just not sure we're gonna win this. They have, like, just tons of people. 3, 5, 6, 10, 15. Yeah, I'm out of here, dude. Have fun with your chicken. I'm out. Dude, I'm getting fucked over by the NPC. Okay, fucker, you want to do it? Let's do it. What is he? A weaver? I'm not a very good duelist, but you pissed me off, dude. Let's duel. Okay, no, we got... Okay, fuck. There's somebody else now.
Endurance deficiency.
He's just watching.
And that's how amazing I am.
Surprise Lich. Oh god. Dude, I fucking hate dueling. I hate dueling. Like, I can't kill him. Like, I can't do damage. He just, you know, gets all his health back. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, imagine trying to, like, play against a sweaty tryhard. Unbelievable. I guess also this isn't really the real duelist build. This is still kind of like the Reaper Zerg build, but... But I didn't even get close. I got it down to like 60% once and then got fucked. Like, I don't know what to do. There's just no damage on my kit. And it's like, okay, well, you have some sustain, but it's like, actually, no, because I'm not getting any of my health back. I'm not getting shit. Alright, see you, White Wolves. If I can't find another party, I might be done. But we'll see. We actually had like a pretty good stream. It felt like there was something going on the whole time. Okay, no, we have Theoden up. Never mind, chat. Stream's going another 5 hours. False alarm. More content. Exclamation build. Shitty. So more Shroud and then like the Blood Bank. This is actually pretty much useless for dueling. I'm just realizing this. Like, this is not enough to actually be worth taking the whole tree. In fact, this whole tree is only here to get this. So step one, switch this over to Spite and actually get some damage, and then maybe you can start talking with dueling. So yeah, I guess that would be like the first problem. I hate the way you say mock tent. It just sounds so fucking awful. Top Hat, I'm gonna make you like a clip. I'm just gonna send it to your email. It's just me doing Yoda cock and ball torture. I just think it'd be nice if you had a recording of me doing that. Just to save it somewhere. Actually, it was like 10 minutes ago, but I guess you missed it. Actually, I'll put it into the content board on Discord so that we can all have it for, you know, years. It would be a really good way to get donation. It's like the donation noise, just like, crushed my cock with a rock. But I'm not that kind of streamer. Dude, what is this? What is that red cube? What the fuck was that? I didn't realize we had cube mancers. What is this? Is that like a model glitch? Oh my god, he interrupted me. I hate that. I hate being interrupted at a spin. Cool. And this is not exactly enough to siege the bay. I mean, I'm sure it's been done. 5 men against the world, but... Wait, does he have a squad up? 2. Okay, I guess 2-person squad. Let's go.
Rage at maximum.
I know Theoden's like capable of like leading pretty large Zergs, but we just don't have the people right now. If I wait long enough, we'll be able to gather up a group, probably. I just don't know how long it'll take. But the way my stream schedule is now, by the time it's like the right time in the evening to have a huge group, usually I'm so tired I have to go to bed. True, and that's pretty true. Okay, I guess not now. What else is there to take? Redbriar. It's been a while since I've been in the group where we rolled around with like 4 people, just like single-handedly taking forts. I don't know if we can get away with it at 7:30 in the evening. We'll see. Oh, he just left. All right, let's see what's going on in EB. Nothing much. We got swords on the castle, but I think this is a battle between. Oh, I could go take a look.
Oh, I know of a good use for this.
Alright, no squads for us. Maybe it was a false alarm, chat. Maybe that is the end of the content for today. We'll see. We'll go to castle. If there's anything interesting going on, we'll keep going. If not, I'm going to rage quit this entire stream. Well, I say that, I might like close stream and be like, no, I want to keep playing and just like do offline content. But there's not very much I need to work on right now. I pretty much converted most of the gold that I have. Actually, you know what? I might have enough money to buy another celestial piece, so that I'll be 5 out of 6. In 30 minutes. Well, if I can hold on 30 minutes, I'll just like eat some candy and then wait. But I know that like once prime time gets going, it's gonna be like welcome to the rice fields, fucker. It's gonna be like hours of just sweaty groups of sweaty soldiers sweating at each other. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm so bad that my nightmare is to have to do roaming content by myself. Because what it's going to be me rolling around taking camps by myself and like occasionally getting ambushed and just destroyed. I mean, I could try out my actual roaming build and not be like using hybrid bullshit. But even so, no guarantees. Because this is just not a very good gear set for doing Reaper. It's cutting down on a lot of strike damage, which is kind of what you want. When you go in to do the spin, typically you want them to die. Because once the spin is over with, you know, that's it. Alright, let's check what's going on here. So, oh, this might be one of those cases where they're just like pushing back at one another constantly. I was in one of those the other day and it lasted like an hour and nobody died. It was just like a huge tug of war and nobody had any fun. Chromosome Mancer? Dude, I'm already a Chromosome Mancer. Like, I don't know how many pairs of chromosomes I have, chat. Like, what, 30, 30? 31? It's quite a few pairs. Okay, yeah, it's one of these. These are kind of rough.
Getting healthy. Armor enhanced.
Because they're kind of pushed all the way back up at the gates. Oh no. Ropes. Ropes is my worst enemy. I hate that thing. Dude, that kind of suddenly went like terrible. What the fuck? Oh my god. That was awful. I had no chance. Did you see an opening, chat? I didn't see shit. Skedaddle, skadoodle, your health bar is my... Wait, fuck, no, what? No, fuck. What is it? Hippity hoppity, your ass is now my property. No, wait, that's not right. I don't know, I tried to do some damage, but all of a sudden it seemed like we were right at the wall and everybody went inside. I accidentally didn't my gap closer. Hippity hoppity, your sub money is now my property. By the way, chat, Amazon Prime. Dude, I accidentally signed up for a year of Amazon Prime, and I got the bill, and I had a heart attack, and I'm like, God, shit. Luckily, they refunded it. It's not good when you open up an account and suddenly you're like minus $100. Okay, this is about where we were when we started last time, right? Fuck, it's the same as the last one. Dude, it's worse than the last one.
Getting healthy.
Get the fuck out of my way. Don't body block me, you piece of shit. Chat, I don't like fighting anymore.
Accelerate.
I hate this. It's so bad.
Fully functional again.
Hey, chat, this Zerg is the same as the last one. It's actually like twice as bad. Okay, so we can try again. Miobo the Hobo. He's 100% black.
Never felt that. There's the power.
No, I'm pretty experienced at Zerging. It's just that we don't have any numbers, and then the minute I get there, they just all go like, like get sucked into the door. Now the Wolfie World's okay. It's not like any better or worse than any normal day. It's kind of annoying. But it's kind of just like what I need to learn. I mean, this build I think is pretty much... I mean, I debate between this and taking Death Magic. But this is about as good as I'm gonna get. But I'm sacrificing basically more armor to have a lot more damage in Shroud, to have the AoE cleave on command, and to have the gap closer. And just the fact that you can be a Reaper, which is objectively like way cooler than just being a fucking Necro. In like PvP like arena, I'd imagine. Feel me. My parole officer says I'm not supposed to feel anybody anymore. Right, here they come. Another.
Invigorating.
Don't support me, support the whole team. If you support me, you're actually throwing, because I'm not the MVP.
I am the death.
I know you're supposed to save wells to burst with them, but I'm just like throwing down everything I have the moment I have it. Because this is variety gaming.
I am death.
No, my spin, where is it? Here's the fucking spin! Let me spin. I don't know why I'm spinning my camera at the same time. Like, what is this, like, fucking real touch feedback? I don't know, it just kind of enhances the experience, I guess. I think that emote's, oh no, wait, it's not. No, you can use the BTTV version. But nobody uses that emote because it's kind of shitty. I want to buy like a bunch of new emotes, but I can't.
Armor enhanced.
Like, I don't even have a laugh emote yet. Like, what is this budget stream? Chat, are there more of them? There's more of them.
I am death.
This is surreal. Yeah, if I do this while spinning, it's more damage.
Use a hand over here.
Chat, let's try it. This is the real deal. Look at all that damage, dude. I didn't see shit, though.
I need an antidote.
That was a blast.
Rise and serve.
Never felt better.
Form to my will.
Sure, pull me, I don't care. Yeah, I actually managed to cure my motion sickness through VR. What a great day that was. I'm not really sure like how good it is to have access to 4 marks and 3 wells, but it's funny. Because you get to lay down 7 AoEs in like 3 seconds. It's great. Now one of these, it's a lot better if you have conditions on you. But it's like, imagine giving my highest damage mark, Putrid Mark, and having the special effect be transfers conditions, so you don't want to use it, but you do want to use it. And then 5 has no damage on it at all, but it's has a fear effect on it, which is like supposed to be good, but a lot of times it just hits their shield and does nothing. The funniest thing about these fights now is that we're not going to get anything. If we push them back up to their gate, I guess it's just kind of like bag farming. Oh god, they're going fast. Oh shit, no, that was a huge mistake.
I'm hurt.
I was way too deep in. I didn't know they were going to like completely push all the way up. God damn it. I was doing so good. Some of y'all literally do nothing in these fights. How can you tell? When do you have the time to actually look around and watch what other people are doing in a Zerg? You know what I find a lot is that people complain about like people not doing stuff. You start like parsing these fuckers and you realize that they have a lot of time to talk because they're not doing any damage either. People who talk the most in a group, you know? But you try to explain this to them and they're just like, I can't believe you're parsing, you piece of shit. But in this game, I really had no idea. Like, there is a parse, but I don't know if it actually like can record everybody around you. Or like what that would look like.
Geological forces at my command.
Oh god, they're pushed up again. What if I just stand up here and just fuck you from up here?
Getting healthy.
Playing dead, eh?
I would say the parse is probably more important in this game because it's really hard to get feedback on whether you're doing well or not. Like when I was testing out some builds, I actually thought I was doing pretty good on my Guardian, and I realized that like I had this Gimp build on Mesmer that was doing a lot more, and I was pushing a lot less buttons. And I had no idea of that until I actually like sat down on the Golem and just, you know.
Armor enhanced.
Like you think Golem would be like Stone Sky Sea, but I don't think that there's a built-in like damage readout on the Golem. Well, maybe it's kind of the same thing because it spawns a dummy that has a health bar, and then if you kill it, you know how much health it has and how much time it took you to kill it. And isn't Stone Sky Sea kind of the same thing where it just sort of tells you whether you did good or didn't? Based on like health values of a certain boss of a certain fight. I don't know. I just don't see how that's useful.
Breathe.
I'll revive you soon.
Accelerating.
Whoa, my charge got interrupted. That's terrible.
Rage at armor in hand.
Dude, this is a lot of CC today. Holy shit. Can I just get to the door? Like, I can't, dude, I don't have a keyboard. They took it away. I have no keyboard. I can't do shit. This is when you really want to have some, like, CC break. But you don't have anything, so it's like, use Shroud. Well, you're still CC'd. Okay, well, get out of Shroud. Well, you're still CC'd. Where's the Firebrand? Firebrand's dead. Okay, well, then die. Just fucking die. Okay. Well, that's a good example of why sometimes I feel sort of helpless. It's like, the more you want to kit yourself out for, like, actually fighting, like, you take away kit that allows you to get out of, like, that bullshit. Because when you're CC'd so hard you can't even, like, dodge, you get immobilized, right? So you can't dodge, you can't do shit. So I have nothing to get out of that. That I can see. Like, if I had 4, I might be able to, like, transfer conditions off if I saved 4. Or if I was using this well of power, that'll break CC, but that can't be used for damage, so you're losing damage. If I'm not doing Boon Corruption, it might make sense just to use Well of Power. I mean, this is necessary for when you're doing Boon Corruption, but I'm not, so. Anyway, chat, there might be like a tag coming up later, but it's getting kind of late. I started late. We had almost about 5 hours, and it was a good stream. And I'm probably going to have one again tomorrow, so it's okay to take things at a good pace, I guess. So I'm going to call it, and I'll see you guys probably around the same time tomorrow. In the meantime, here's the Discord. And I'll see you guys soon. Thanks.